Chapter 601 Profiting from the Situation. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged and his gaze burned brightly. When the true inheritance light lump was still 1,000 steps away, Fang Yuan felt its surging aura. This was a feeling which ordinary true inheritances and even unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the effect of this aura, thoughts started to gather in Fang Yuan's mind, countless thoughts emerged out of thin air and his memories flashed past continuously. If his mind was like a deep pond during normal times, then right now, the rapidly increasing thoughts were like a huge waterfall crashing down into this deep pond. Thoughts surged madly, creating waves after waves. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, and Fang Yuan was not able to find an accurate word to describe it. The memories buried deep within his mind started to emerge one after another, the dust on them removed as they realistically and vividly appeared in his mind. Great numbers of inspirational lights flashed past and all sorts of lively ideas emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. Some problems and doubts regarding cultivation were being instantly solved under the inspirational lights. An extremely strong self-confidence involuntarily arose in Fang Yuan's mind. This was an indescribably wonderful feeling, as if everything was within his control, as if there were no problems he could not solve. This was a special power that people could not help but be deeply addicted to. Lad, wake up quickly. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is, but if you don't want to die, don't lose yourself in it. Look at yourself quickly, Mo Yao shouted. This voice awakened Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he was pale with horror. In just a short moment, his body had become weak and exhausted, his glossy forehead now had wrinkles, his strong arms gave a feeling of being old and decayed and were turning even more weak. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might have lost himself in that wonderful feeling and overlooked the changes to his body. This Gu is. Fang Yuan thought of an incomparably shocking answer, and at the same time, used his movement Gu to quickly retreat. True Inheritance Secluded Domain did not prohibit the use of Gu worms. The Supreme True Inheritance also was not chasing Fang Yuan and just continued to fly on its path. Fang Yuan rapidly pulled distance with it before fearfully looking at this Supreme True Inheritance that was flying far away, cutting open the dark space. This is only the aura of a Supreme True Inheritance and it almost made me lose myself and die. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He could not even get near human Qi Gu, an unparalleled true inheritance. There was no need to speak of Supreme True Inheritance, let alone approaching it, just by nearing it a little, the aura it leaked out almost took his life. Just like Mo Yao said, Fang Yuan as a mortal was too weak. This inheritance was definitely a great thing but he did not have the strength to bear it. It was like a bee picking honey, if the honey was as big as a fist, the bee would instead drown to death. The immortal Gu of this supreme true inheritance, could it be that legendary Gu? Fang Yuan spoke with almost 80% certainty. But this answer was too shocking, making him somewhat unable to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, your guess is correct. Even I did not dare to believe it back then, but the truth is right before your eyes, there is no choice but to believe it. Right, the immortal Gu contained in this supreme true inheritance is the rank 9 Gu of legend, Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. It was recorded in less than greater than. This was a rank 9 immortal Gu which could give endless wisdom to the Gu master. But the price to use it was extremely high. The legends of Ren Zhu clearly recorded that Ren Zhu and Desolate Ancient Moon had to give their middle age to it to obtain its help. In other words, using Wisdom Gu meant using up lifespan. Fang Yuan had not even approached it, but his lifespan had been worn down rapidly, wrinkles appeared and his body aged in just a short period of time. In regards to Fang Yuan, Wisdom Gu was a true death god. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable obtained it back then and even more, what heaven-defying methods did he use to seal it here? No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought up all kinds of methods to extend lifespan, he must have used Wisdom Gu a lot. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. Mo Yao instead sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable probably used Wisdom Gu for one reason, to extend lifespan. Unfortunately, the more Wisdom Gu was used, the shorter his lifespan became, and in the end, he did not obtain the solution he wanted as well. According to the historical records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable lived for over 8,000 years before dying. 8,000 years was already a result on the middle to upper level among rank 9 venerables. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who only lived for 3,000 years. Other venerables generally had a lifespan of around 7,000 years. There are 3 supreme true inheritances in true inheritance secluded domain. Tell me, what are the other 2 like? I really want to experience them. Fang Yuan's eyes let out an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao felt something wrong with his tone, and quickly persuaded, "Lad, don't have stupid thoughts, pick up an ordinary true inheritance quickly and leave. You have the 10 edge owner token and can only take away an ordinary true inheritance anyway. Even if you pass the test of an unparalleled true inheritance, you cannot take them. Don't even mention supreme true inheritances, your weak body that can be blown away by the wind cannot even endure their aura." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, "Your words make me even more interested to see them. This opportunity is extremely rare, I am afraid I won't get another chance if I miss it this time." "Brat, have you gone mad? Do you not know you lost at least 2 years of your lifespan just a few moments ago? If you continue squandering time like this, and the true inheritances start flying with the speed of a meteor, you won't be able to get anything, and you might even lose your life." Mo Yao was anxious. Fang Yuan kept on laughing without being moved. He continued to wander, detouring far away when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, with not even a bit of intention to take them. Mo Yao's will became more anxious. "You lunatic. Heavens, what in the world are you thinking in your brain? You are letting so many true inheritances go away just to broaden your horizons. You idiot, if you die, what should I do? What about Water Pavilion? If I die, this will of yours will also not be able to survive, but you can rest easy, you still have a will left in Water Pavilion. You can wait for a fated person and entrust this precious task upon them." Fang Yuan unhurriedly replied. Mo Yao tried to persuade him again, but Fang Yuan was adamant in doing things his own way. He kept on exploring non-stop, and after several days, the true inheritances were moving faster. Fang Yuan went into dangerous situations every now and then. Several times, he faced the danger of losing his life, but narrowly managed to escape in the end. Mo Yao had been trying to persuade him the whole time, the anxiety making her go mad. "Lad, I surrender, you are truly stubborn. All right, you don't have to continue, I will tell you about the other 2 supreme true inheritances. The first is a luck path inheritance founded by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Using his unique luck path attainment, he was able to become invincible in the world. Second is the control rights of 88 Truyong Building. This tower was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the GU worms of a region. There would be endless GU cultivation resources for one who obtains it." She was truly anxious. Normally, she might not necessarily be in the mood to provide such inside details to Fang Yuan even if he asked. Now, however, she revealed it, afraid Fang Yuan would continue acting foolishly. But what she was afraid of happened. Fang Yuan chuckled and as if he had not heard anything, continued to wander. Several days later, the true inheritance's flying speed was already as fast as birds. It was extremely easy for Fang Yuan to evade 1 or 2, but true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking and all sizes of true inheritances had to fly in the narrowing space. The long tails of all sorts of colorful lights they dragged were almost interweaving a thinly spread light web. Fang Yuan could only survive moving through the cracks of it. At this stage, Fang Yuan was using all his concentration and did not dare to relax for even a moment, for a moment of carelessness would lead to the tragedy of his death. "Leave quickly, you can't even take away ordinary true inheritances now. As long as you continue to stay here, the danger will increase by each second. Sigh, you have actually gone crazy in such a crucial moment." Mo Yao was getting dispirited from all the persuading. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, suddenly asking, "Tell me, is there a possibility I can find an opportunity to reap benefits when 2 true inheritances collide?" Mo Yao was stunned upon listening to this. But soon, she shouted in a shrill voice, "You fool, you idiot! Would the Grand Giant Sun Immortal Venerable commit such a clear mistake? So you were thinking like that. I overestimated you. I overestimated you too much. You have clearly become a victim of your own ingenuity. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to exploit? You have thought too wishfully, you are too naive. So it was just my wishful thinking." Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression undisturbed as he continued to explore. Actually, he had already known this, but intentionally said it to provoke Mo Yao. "Why are you still not leaving? Are you looking to die?" Mo Yao was provoked and was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan. "Whether I die or not is my matter, it is none of your concern. You have already died, why is a dead person making such a din?" Fang Yuan indifferently ridiculed her, his expression still tranquil as if the one in danger was not him. "Damn it, scoundrel, idiot." Mo Yao's face flushed with rage and started hurling out curses. Rumble, Right at this time, an explosion suddenly occurred a great distance away. Fang Yuan gazed at the source of the sound, seeing two true inheritances colliding which then sprang towards different directions. Fang Yuan was dumbstruck. He had not expected his nonsensical words to come true. True inheritances actually collided. Especially when one of the inheritances seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also dumbstruck. How is this possible? Her voice rose an octave higher into an ear-piercing sound that had no demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. Back then, when I explored this place, why did not I encounter such a good thing? But soon, her eyes opened wide, coming to a realization, so it was like that. That is the luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I did all I could to open up a crack in it to obtain the fortune rivaling heaven GU, but in the end it flew away. I could only use the other inheritances I obtained to settle for the second best option, refining calamity beckoning GU. Mo Yao had created a crack in this supreme true inheritance, because it was no longer in a perfect state. The original balance was tilted, allowing true inheritances to collide into one another. Boom! Another sound of a collision. Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This collision seemed to have caused a GU to fly out from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stumped. What is that? Mo Yao was also stupefied before shouting. That is a luck path GU worm. What are being dazed for? Aren't you going to take it? Fang Yuan, however, hesitated. If I try to take this GU, wouldn't I be met with the luck path true inheritances test? Luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan would never be able to endure its test. What damn test? The collision has enlarged the crack in the true inheritance light lump. It is breaking down. Take it and leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you are going to die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled and moved forward, dodging here and there, before being able to approach with great difficulty and pick up that GU worm. This was a rank 5 mortal GU and not an immortal GU. Lad, you are still not leaving. Mo Yao was almost howling by now. Haha, what's the rush? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, instead staying within true inheritance secluded domain, observing everywhere. Looking at the time, with the current chaos, it is almost ready, he mumbled. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just spoken when Fang Yuan sprinkled many GU worms which activated together to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool let out a majestic force of attraction, absorbing all the true inheritance lights. Several breaths later, the whirlpool slowed down and crumbled with a loud sound, revealing a door. All according to plan, Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the land spirit. Chapter 602 Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 602, Frost Jade Peacock. The scene before one's eyes was that of a grand and elegant white jade hall. 4 huge pillars were holding up the roof. On the ground, light casted shadows on a person. Be it the walls, pillars, or roof, they were pure and white as snow. They were all created using white jade stones. At the center of the hall, there was an elevated area with 23 steps of stairs. On the elevated area, there was a green copper divine bird statue. The divine bird was looking up, and spreading its wings, but there were countless black chains, each with the size of an ancient tree, coiling around the divine bird's body, tangling around its long neck, its slim legs, and even piercing through its feathers and lodging itself into its body. The divine bird's eyes were sharp as daggers. It was frowning and had its mouth wide open, almost as if screaming out loud. Its expression was very moving. It looked so real with delicate details, and there was an indomitable spirit of resistance oozing from it. This spirit could leave a firm impression after a single gaze. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the tall and huge green copper divine bird statue covering his vision. His dark pupils seemed to have flames burning within. This. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yao to the point of stuttering. She gulped as she pointed her finger, shouting, "This is actually the Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." Ah, what's there to be surprised about? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He said, Imperial Court Blessed Land originally had a land spirit, otherwise it would not have recognized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and made him its master. The land spirit is formed by the combination of an obsession and the blessed land's heavenly power. To get rid of the land spirit, you will have to deal with the entire blessed land. If the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be destroyed. If the blessed land is destroyed, the land spirit will die too. Currently Imperial Court Blessed Land is still in good shape. It means the land spirit is still alive. His words made Mo Yao shout in anger. You bastard, such obvious reasoning, how could I not know this? Mo Yao had done all she could to research 88 Truyong building for her lover Bo Qing, in an attempt to get the fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu, and help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. Eventually, although she succeeded in entering the true inheritance secluded domain, because of her insufficient power she could not obtain fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu. Instead she had to settle for something else, using her inheritance information and her own foundation as a refinement grandmaster to refine the calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she understood the value of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land extremely clearly. Back then, when Giant Son Immortal Venerable was not rank 9, he had won in the competition for Imperial Court Blessed Land's inheritance, and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. When he became rank 9 and was invincible in the world, he had the superior Grotto Heaven, Longevity Heaven, and thus Imperial Court Blessed Land became one of Giant Son Immortal Venerable's multiple residences within the world. Giant Son Immortal Venerable created 88 Truyong building and set it up within Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. If one was targeting 88 Truyong building, they would need to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land thus became a protective shell for 88 Truyong building. After Giant Son Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this shell had been exerting great use, in that GU Immortals could not enter. But in this setup, there was a huge flaw. Any GU Immortal could see it clearly. That was the existence of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land. This flaw did not exist when Giant Son Immortal Venerable was still alive. Because Giant Son was the master of the land spirit would obey and do whatever he told it to do. But after Giant Son Immortal Venerable died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as one could meet the land spirit's expectations, anyone could become Imperial Court Blessed Land's new owner. And 88 Truyong building was situated inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would have 88 Truyong building in their grasp. As long as one was a GU Immortal, they would understand this from just a small amount of thinking. In Mo Yao's lifetime, when researching 88 Truyong building, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort in this field. But eventually, she made no progress. All the hard work and effort she put into this resulted in nothing. What sort of person was Giant Son Immortal Venerable? How could he be unaware of this loophole? He dealt with this perfectly, sealing the land spirit deep within, and in Mo Yao's eventual exploration, she could not even find a single feather of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritances fly at a certain speed would this loophole appear, and allow for the possibility of opening this gateway. Mo Yao's heart was shaken. At this moment, she understood what had happened. The more she thought about it, the more she viewed Fang Yuan with a new and higher level of respect. This lad, I underestimated him. What sort of background does he have? He actually knew this method of entry. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance was very shocking, it greatly exceeded her expectations. What she did not know was, this was inside the video from Central Continent's GU Immortals in Fang Yuan's previous life. In fact, the deep research of Central Continent's GU Immortals was actually built upon the foundation of Mo Yao's findings. Mo Yao was an impressive refinement grandmaster. For her lover, she researched the 88 Truyong building, and charged in alone. After she died, the previous research material that she left behind was in the hands of Spirit Affinity House. For the 10,000 years after that, generations after generations of geniuses within Spirit Affinity House continued their research on it. At the same time, 88 Truyong building had been corroded by the power of time, showing more and more loopholes over the years, becoming easier to exploit. But Spirit Affinity House knew that to take down this juicy meat called 88 Truyong building, it was not something a super force could do alone. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly worked with several other Central Continent sects and planned this for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead as they controlled the most important research materials from beginning to end. Later, good preparation would be the key to success. When Central Continent's GU Immortals attacked, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's fairy of that generation, Black Moon. As he walked up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the foot of the green copper divine bird. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Except that it was sealed tightly by Giant Son Immortal Venerable, and could not move. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, throughout the ages, it had been standing here without any movement. As they got closer, Mo Yao had a discovery. Hey, lad, your plan will be hard to execute. The green paste on the Frost Jade Peacock's body is created by the rank 7 Immortal GU Earth Prison. The black chains that are coiling around its body are made from the rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Net EH. While saying this, Mo Yao thought of something and her words stopped. At once, in Fang Yuan's mind, she was staring with her eyes wide open, like she had seen a ghost. Because she had suddenly remembered. Not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 Immortal Gu, one of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Gu, Earth Net Gu, although they were rank 7 Immortal Gu and were higher than Gruel Mud by 1 rank. But they were one-time expenditure Gu, they vanished after one use. The 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu worked together to seal the land spirit, but after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion from time, this strength had weakened greatly. And Gruel Mud was a direct counter to this strength. Ha ha ha, it seems you have already thought about it, you are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he took out the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu from his pocket. Although this Gu was rank 6, because it was an expenditure type Gu, it was comparatively easier to use, there was no need to inject immortal essence into it, he just needed to squeeze it. Fang Yuan squeezed lightly and it shattered. The Gu worm burst and oozed out a brown-green light that was like liquid. The light followed Fang Yuan's will and flew up, fusing into the divine bird statue. Throughout the process, Mo Yao watched in a daze, unable to say a word. After the light fused into the statue, a slight tremor occurred, but this tremor was simply too light, it was almost like an illusion. But soon, this tremor became larger. The entire divine bird statue started shaking. Cracks were forming on the green paste covering the divine bird statue. Next, the chains started colliding with one another, making a loud and sharp noise. Success. Don't tell me, after hundreds of thousands of years of wear and tear, the powers of the 2 Immortal Gu were used up. Mo Yao muttered to herself, she had a complex expression, there were disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and denial. But afterwards, the tremors became smaller. The divine bird statue became silent, and the chains stopped clashing, the entire white jade hall became quiet once again. Mo Yao was deeply disappointed, she sighed, failed in the end. There was the difference of a rank, plus this was the setup of an immortal venerable. He. But at this point, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao, look at the divine bird's head. Mo Yao's will looked over and was shocked. The green paste on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. That's right, this is the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's real effect. I was too caught up with the commotion and got carried away, I lost my bearings and did not think of this. Laughable, how laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed, immediately afterwards her expression had vanished completely, restoring the demeanor of a legendary Gu Immortal, a refinement grandmaster. Actually, she could not help but briefly lose her cool. In her life, she had paid too huge of a price for Imperial Court Blessed Land, for 88 Truyong building. Right now, Earth Prison Gu and Earth Net Gu, the powers of these 2 Immortal Gu, although corroded mostly by the power of time, they still had a portion remaining. Although Gruel Mud Immortal Gu was effective against them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to get rid of the remaining power. But don't forget about the existence of the land spirit. The tremors earlier were due to the land spirit. It was the one which exerted strength, causing the 2 Immortal Gu to divert the majority of their power to suppress it, allowing the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power to sneak in. As the green paste melted, it turned into Gruel Mud on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was a great contrast to the white tiles on the ground. Drop by drop, they fell on the ground. The frost jade peacock's head was released, but after getting to its neck, the speed of melting greatly reduced. Evidently, Earth Prison and Earth Net Gu's remaining power reacted and started to resist Gruel Mud, causing the efficiency to reduce greatly. Hey, just like in the video in my previous life, it is exactly the same. Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Oh Imperial Court land spirit, look down at your feet, I was the one who released you. How does it feel to breathe again after hundreds of thousands of years? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will help you to regain freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's angry expression was still fixed on its face. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, it laughed arrogantly. I am one with the blessed land, all the things that happened in the blessed land for the last hundreds of thousands of years are clear in my heart. If you want to be my new owner, you will need to fulfill one condition. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables fulfilled this land spirit's request and became Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. Today, Fang Yuan was facing this request as well. At this point, the video in his previous life had no more value. Fang Yuan laughed as his eyes shone, asking, what condition? Chapter 603 Sleepless Night. Chapter 603, Sleepless Night. No, don't abandon me. Save me, Save me, benefactor. The voices were reverberating in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up on his bed. Huff, huff. He was panting, with his body covered in sticky sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert's face showed an old and weary expression befitting his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's breathing sounds became softer, as his frown slowly eased. Sitting on his bed, he fell into deep silence, like he was in a daze. There was an extreme fatigue hidden in his gaze. Ever since he failed the round, he had been in deep guilt and self-blame for causing Gao Yong and Zhu Zai to be sacrificed due to his own greed. Almost every night, he had the same nightmare. In the nightmare, blood was pouring everywhere, the smell was overbearing. All sorts of ugly blood beasts bared their claws and fangs as he was encircled, facing Gao Yong and Zhu Zai's pleas. They called him benefactor, they asked him to save them. But every time, even though Tai Bai Yunsheng had an aperture full of primeval essence, he would be unable to move, watching Gao Yong and Zhu Zai get surrounded by blood beasts and eventually consumed, leaving behind their pale white bones. Throughout the process, Gao Yong and Zhu Zai would sometimes beg him, sometimes they would protect him, or curse furiously, or taunt him. Eventually, when they turned into pale white skeletons, lying in the pool of blood, they would still say with their remaining skulls, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and righteous, he will definitely never abandon us. I believe in him too. Even if I die, I will believe." Tai Bai Yunsheng was in pain, he felt sadness, helplessness, and regret. Especially at the end, he would kneel on the ground helplessly in his dream, letting the blood dye his white hair red as he cried profusely. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunsheng. This experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he examined, it resulted in a severe negative answer. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not the only person who had a sleepless night. It was late at night. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was dazzling with silver light, shining on the land. Heilu Lan looked out of the window. Above the sacred palace, 88 Truyong building was still forming new floors. The dazzling aurora was shining brightly in the sky, creating a beautiful scenery. Damn it! The owner token went missing. What in the world happened? Thinking back to the time when he challenged the round, Heilu Lan gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his eyes shone with ruthlessness, ready to devour people with one glance. Throughout history, there had never been any lord of the imperial court who lost their owner token, but this had to happen to Heilu Lan. Forget it. So what if I don't have the owner token? So what if I cannot use the Grey Meltdown killer move? Whatever the difficulties, they cannot stop me from getting the Strength Path Immortal GU. Mother, if you can watch this from the afterlife, see how I take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was slowly walking in the sacred palace's garden. His expression was not nice, he had a grim look on his face. In the flower garden, there was a jade fountain and a stone bridge, with flowers blooming and flourishing like it was spring. This beautiful environment was not something he could currently enjoy. Right after coming out of the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was feeling vexed about the matter of subduing Imperial Court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yaozhuo chuckled, he, to think that Imperial Court Blessed Land's condition for ownership was like that. Lad, with your gloomy personality, it will not be easy for you to find a woman that you love, while she also has to be deeply in love with you. Not long ago, Fang Yuan faced Imperial Court land spirit Frost Jade Peacock, and was told the condition to become the owner of Imperial Court, true love. To make the Frost Jade Peacock willingly submit to a master, and obey every command, one person was not enough, it had to be a GU master couple who were deeply in love. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fulfill this condition. But for Fang Yuan, it was filled with difficulty. Not mentioning the other parts, just requiring Fang Yuan to be truly in love with a certain woman was a near impossible matter. If this was in my previous life, I would be able to fulfill it. But now, Fang Yuan took a few steps and stopped at the stone bridge. He rested on the railing and looked at the jade lake below the bridge, laughing coldly. The lake was like a mirror, under the radiance of the silvery night sky. It was a dazzling sight. What he did in 88 Truyong building that night was really a scary experience, but that was over now. At this moment, he was basking in the beautiful scenery around the sacred palace. Compared to the dangerous predicament he was in earlier, this truly felt like a dream or illusion. Life is like a dream, like morning dew and nocturnal flower, like the shadow of a bubble, Fang Yuan muttered, going into a daze. The light breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. Among the ripples, a blurry image of a woman's figure seemed to appear in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze. That was the woman he had buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had faced disaster and was a destitute wanderer. During the lowest time of his life, he had met her. The world's encounters were just so amazing, and the toying of fate was simply cruel and merciless. If we are talking about true love, why am I thinking of her? Fang Yuan's fingers which were holding the railing exerted force unknowingly. He frowned suddenly, and his gaze turned ice cold. The woman's figure silently vanished, and the surface of the lake appeared before him once again. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not looking good. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. Although it was arrogant, it would acknowledge true love. But it was near impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he could not subdue the land spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan for taking over 88 Truyong building would fail completely. He would have to stop here. No wonder the central continent GU Immortals in my previous life chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land, and destroy 88 Truyong building. GU Immortals have lots of deep secrets and often have extreme personalities. It is harder for them to experience true love than mortals. After using gruel mud, even though the melting is slow, the land spirit's seal is getting weaker. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit is filled with hatred and desires freedom badly. It will definitely try to break the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still slumbering, when the seal melts to a certain degree, or if the land spirit continues to resist, it will definitely awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. When an Immortal Venerable rages, blood would flow like a river, all beings would mourn. But the land spirit has the territorial advantage. As long as the blessed land remains intact, it would have a continual source of strength. When the two contest, it would be scarier than deities fighting. At that point, those who were mortals like Fang Yuan would suffer. Especially when Fang Yuan was the culprit who released the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would face a terrible end. There was no way out. Fang Yuan's original plan was like this. First, he would enter Northern Plains and make his way into Imperial Court Blessed Land. He achieved this flawlessly. Using his previous life's memories, he killed the Wolf King Chong Shanyan, who was at his last breath, taking over his identity and becoming a higher-up of He tribe army. Next, he hid within the Alliance army and got into Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to get into 88 Truyong building and gain the most benefits for himself. Using the video from the Central Continent GU Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and without alerting the Immortal Venerable's will, he would become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The third step, after becoming the owner of the Imperial Court, he would not be in a rush to take down 88 Truyong building. Instead he would hide in the background and develop in secret. Within 88 Truyong building, there was an Immortal Venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a sacred place in the hearts of Northern Plains GU masters. It could not be defiled or tainted. If he was discovered, Fang Yuan would face the assault of the entirety of Northern Plains. Such frightening power. Even if Fang Yuan escaped to other places, it would be pointless. There would not be a single super force that would protect him from the pressure of the whole of Northern Plains forces. Unless it was during the chaotic 5 regions battle, when no one had the spare energy to bother with him, and when all 5 regions suffer setbacks, Fang Yuan would survive even if he was exposed. After becoming the land spirit's owner, Fang Yuan would order the land spirit to stay inside the White Jade Hall, while cooperating with 88 Truyong building's operations. This way, everything would progress smoothly. First, he could use Imperial Court Blessed Land's strength to deal with the GU Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. This way, he would have a greater chance of success, and regardless of how their battle end up, Fang Yuan would not lose. Even if he failed to take the Immortal GU landscape as before, Fang Yuan would not be in any mortal danger due to the land spirit's protection. Secondly, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to move between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land freely. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was being covetously eyed by Immortal Crane sect, and every once in a while, there would be an earthly calamity. It would be the center of many struggles and not the ideal place to cultivate peacefully. By becoming the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his cover and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his true base. While cultivating, he could scheme against Immortal Crane sect to gain the most benefits. If it failed, he could discard Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable setup. It was hard for Wisdom Path GU Immortals to make deductions involving it. Moreover, Fang Yuan would continue to fix and repair the loopholes in the future, thus it would be much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thirdly, Fang Yuan would own this precious resource. Every time Truyong building opens up, he could collect all these vast amounts of resources including immortal GU without putting himself in danger. When the time comes, he would do what he did in his previous life, subduing a blood path GU worm and becoming a blood path GU immortal. It would be slow and steady, safe and sound. But though the plan was perfect, reality was not. Fang Yuan put in his best effort, but he was stuck at the second step. Unable to become the land spirit's owner, he could not borrow its strength. As a mortal, there was nothing much he could do. The situation was progressively getting worse. Giant Sun's will was definitely going to awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use whole Earth GU and connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to flee. But he could not bring these few immortal GU with him. Moreover, even if he obtained landscape as before immortal GU, how would he quickly and safely return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Fang Yuan could not do that. At present, the plan can only be to first think of every possible method to convince the land spirit. If I am on its side, we can deal with Giant Sun's will together, and I might be able to borrow some of its strength. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 604 Luck Inspection GU. Chapter 604, Luck Inspection GU. Half a month later, 88 Truyong Building. The wind-side birds were densely packed together, a great number of them engulfed the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind-side birds had beaks as sharp as swords, their wings were curved and razor-edged, like that of a scythe. They flew extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air, and had no fear when they charged towards their enemies. Kill, kill, kill! He Lulan shouted. The black smoke around his body was rolling, creating multiple black tentacles as they one after another captured the surrounding wind-scythe birds and devoured them. The battle of the army fighting against the wind-scythe birds had been ongoing for an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The floor was littered with bird corpses, but there were also many dead GU masters. Ah! He Lulan screamed. He was going berserk from fighting, stretching out his right hand. His right arm was in a claw shape. As a dark spiral was formed, it rotated in the air and converged at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dark streams gathered like they were flowing into the sea, into He Lulan's right claw like a black light ball. The light ball was dark and mysterious, it spun on its own and gave out a thunder-like sound. Go! He Lulan's eyes suddenly opened wide as he shouted, using all his strength to point his claw at the sky. He grabbed the round ball of black light like he was lifting heavy weight. His movement was very slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the light ball slowly flew into the air. In the air, it rapidly expanded. In a few breaths' time, it expanded to the size of a mountain. At once, the black light ball occupied the sky covering half the Alliance army's surface area. Countless wind-scythe birds were engulfed by it, melting and corroding, not even their bones were left intact. The entire process was silent and strangely overbearing, people's hearts were turning cold from seeing this. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. After lasting for 6 breaths' time, the vortex killed tens of thousands of wind-scythe birds. The numbers of the wind-scythe birds were too huge, and because they gathered above the Alliance army, they were a terrifying threat. After the dark vortex vanished, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky, but soon, the wind-scythe birds flooded in like a tide, covering up the hole again. Above the Alliance army, there were countless wind-scythe birds again. This was the 25th round of the 68th floor of 88 Truyong Building. The numbers of wind-scythe birds were too great, among them were large numbers of bird kings, their assault was too powerful. Actually, according to their experiences, they knew there had to be an easier way to challenge this round, but He Lulan directly charged in and mobilized all his strength to overwhelm the birds. This attracted the revenge and counterattack of the frenzied wind-scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damn birds. At one side, Yi Lui Sang laughed. He Lulan's explosive strength triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe was on the same level as He tribe, they were both super forces, having GU immortals backing them. Yi Lui Sang and He Lulan had the same status, they were both the tribe leader of their respective super tribes. When he saw He Lulan's killer move that killed countless wind-scythe birds, he was not willing to hold back anymore. Look at my newly developed killer move, Flame Demon. Yi Lui Sang shouted loudly as his sleeves fluttered, and his primeval essence rushed into the GU worms in his hands. With a loud thud, his body was clad in flames as the flames burst out, all GU masters near him moved away. Within the radius of a few hundred steps, he was the only person left. His body trembled and the flames that could rise to heaven split to form a 10-meter bronze ape that was completely made of flames. The flaming bronze ape had an ugly appearance, with teeth like a gorilla, strange horns and bulging muscles. This was the flame demon. The flame demon rose into the sky, crashing around as all the wind-scythe birds that collided with it were ignited, screaming from being burnt alive. Along its path, flames were burning, causing a straight line of them to form in the sky. Large numbers of wind-scythe birds were roasted, falling to the ground. The flame demon rampaged arrogantly, attracting the attention of many birds. It greatly reduced the pressure of the GU masters in the Grand Army. What fire demon, it is nothing much. Far away, He Lu Lan laughed loudly, showing his smug arrogance. Yi Lui Sang laughed as well. Hey tribe leader, take another look. In saying this, his body shook as the flames fell off him, forming another flame demon. He Lu Lan's expression changed, not just him, even Fang Yuan who was in the army took a serious look. The flame demon had great strength, but to think he had more than one. 88 Truyong building gave lots of opportunities. It was not just Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan who were improving, other GU masters were gaining many rewards as well. When 6 flame demons entered the battlefield, the flames on Yi Lui Sang were finally extinguished. 6 flame demons. Thankfully, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lu Lan's expression soothed as well. Yi Lui Sang had true capability. This killer move was really extraordinary, but that was as far as it got. In terms of power, it could only be on par with Dark Vortex. The flame demons rampaged for an hour as their strength fell more and more, eventually perishing among the wind-scythe birds. But soon after, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Shi Shui, Pei Yanfei, Dao Yu, Ji Yu Guolong and others attacked, using all their killer moves. The great strength of rank 5 experts quickly changed the battlefield, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Eventually, they succeeded, getting into the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a letter of request. They are asking for a temporarily halt of advancement. They are worried about the huge casualties. They need to rest and recover. Before He Lu Lan had finished probing this round, his attendant He Shu had already reported. He Lu Lan frowned immediately, shouting, begrudging already despite such few casualties. These useless bums, they are all useless cowards. Return this request to them, and tell them we will advance no matter what. Whoever dares to escape or run away from the Alliance army will have their entire tribe and any related tribes executed, none will be spared. Saying so, he held the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces immediately. Continue advancing, charge. He Lu Lan waved his hand, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88 Truyong building would emit a strange tremor every few days. Coupled with the disappearance of the owner token, He Lu Lan felt that this was not a simple matter. His instincts were telling him that something unthinkable was about to happen. To avoid any accidents in the future, he had to quickly get the strength path Immortal GU now. Only after advancing to a GU Immortal would he have the strength to control this changing situation. The challenge this time lasted until the 28th round. Only after everyone was unable to continue and the casualties were too heavy did He Lu Lan have no choice but to retreat and recuperate. In his room, Tai Bai Yun Sheng showed a bitter smile as he held several East Window GU in his hand. These East Window GU contained the cultivation experience of previous generation GU masters. Among them, most were time path attainment. These were all the round rewards obtained from 88 Truyong building. Don't tell me, this is the arrangement of destiny, for me to advance to GU Immortal Realm. Back then, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had failed in searching for a lifespan GU. After wasting all his life savings, he had to become He tribe's external elder. He was a time path GU master, rank 5 peak stage. With his sensitivity towards time he knew that he had little time left since a few years ago. Although advancing to GU Immortal Realm could allow a GU master's life to improve qualitatively, it could not increase his lifespan. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng's situation was a little special. His time path inheritance was extraordinary. It was a GU Immortal inheritance. The core of his inheritance had 3 GU, river as before GU, mountain as before GU, and man as before GU. The inheritance has theorized long ago. When he becomes an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of the resonance of heaven and earth, he could advance his man as before GU into an immortal GU. The mortal man as before GU could only be used on others. Immortal GU man as before, could be used on himself. If I have the man as before immortal GU, I can use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not like the spring-autumn cicada. I cannot save Gaoyong and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart was worried, the intense regret and guilt assaulted him once again. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the tall tower, looking at He tribe. Luck Inspection GU had been activated for a while, it gave him a different field of vision from others. This rank 5 mortal GU was the sole, unexpected gain that he obtained inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggests, could be used to inspect luck. It was an investigative GU worm. In his vision, in the living quarters of He tribe, there were countless smoke-like luck strands. But among them, 2 were extremely thick, like cranes among chickens, even the palace's rooms could not hide them. One came from He Lulan, his luck was like a huge pillar, with an azure color, it was thick and long. The other came from Tai Bai Yun Sheng, his luck was like the flames burning during sunset, red and bright, it accumulated above the roof of his house, it was like the feeling of dazzling flames. The luck of these 2 are extremely high, but they are different. He Lulan's luck has a lasting feeling. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's luck is like a pile of old firewood, burning at the last moment. In recent days, I secretly manipulated the rewards and placed many time path attainment experiences as rewards to give them to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Every time he gets one, the fiery red luck above him turns brighter by a bit. The possibility of becoming an immortal also increased slightly. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time, he sighed in his heart when he thought about the mysterious and unfathomable luck path. But he had only obtained a single luck inspection GU, he did not know the details of the inheritance, it was like opening a new window, towards this new path, he could only explore it slowly. He used the luck inspection GU on himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in black ink like luck. This luck gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body, they were emitting a dense death energy, the energy of great misfortune. Even though Fang Yuan had looked at this many times, his heart always sank when he observed this. My luck is not looking optimistic. But these days, all my talks with the Imperial Court land spirit have had no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant, it only wants to break the seal and regain its freedom. Truyong building has already shaken 38 times, eventually, giant suns would awaken. Fang Yuan gasped, he looked at a group of GU masters, they were all shrouded in a black coffin like luck, heading in the direction of He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yun Sheng's residence. Fang Yuan thought about briefly before understanding their intentions. This is a good opportunity for me to understand the meaning of this black coffin luck. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark, he gave a deep glance towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng's location. Chapter 605 Pitiful Person Double Chapter. Chapter 605, Pitiful Person Double Chapter. We implore you to help us, old Sir Tai Bai. I am sincerely asking old Sir to go forward and plead for us. The whole of my tribe, our elderly, the weak, the women and children too, the future of all of our tribesmen are in Lord's hands. In the room, a group of GU masters were kneeling on the ground, crying profusely or showing a sad expression, they were desperately asking Tai Bai Yun Sheng for help. These GU masters had rather special identities, they were all the tribe leaders of their respective tribes. Lu tribe, Shi tribe, all of these tribes were middle-sized tribes or small-sized tribes. During the process of challenging 88 Truyong building, they suffered the greatest numbers of casualties. If this were to continue, they might face the threat of being wiped out for good. The previous few times, they had as a group written letters of request, asking to retreat, but they were all harshly rejected by He Lulan. Survival was the #1 priority. He Lulan's oppressive and all-out tactics had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and middle-sized tribes. But because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to approach He Lulan himself. After discussing among themselves, they decided to jointly approach Tai Bai Yun Sheng for help. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was the current #1 healing master in all of Northern Plains, he was well known to be kind and merciful, his reputation in Northern Plains was second to none. Now that he had become He tribe's external elder, he was greatly trusted and depended on by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yun Sheng's help, their respective tribes might very well gain the precious time to rest and recuperate. Please get up and speak. Tai Bai Yun Sheng urged them. Old sir, if you do not accept our request, we will not get up. Please go take a look at our tribes, you will understand our pain and grief then. Our injuries and casualties are simply too great, our women have lost their husbands, our children have lost their parents, and our elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please go and talk to Lord He Lulan, if this carries on, our tribe is going to perish for good. HMPH, we did not die in the imperial court contest, but instead, we are facing extermination within imperial court-blessed land. If word gets out, where would He tribe's reputation go to? This is simply too ironic. The tribe leaders talked one after another, they held a firm attitude and refused to get up from the kneeling position. Sigh, Tai Bai Yun Sheng heaved a long sigh. He had already been very unhappy with He Lulan's actions to begin with. There was enough time to go about this slowly. Why did he have to be so anxious and rush their advancement? Causing such grave and severe casualties, he could not bear to see this in his heart. From Tai Bai Yun Sheng's perspective, most likely, losing the owner token during the challenge of the second round had triggered He Lulan. Another reason was that the supreme elders of He tribe were pressuring him greatly. Because of this pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to give it his all in challenging the rounds. My servants, quickly come and serve tea to the tribe leaders. Tai Bai Yun Sheng instructed his servants. He next turned around and consoled the band of tribe leaders. This old man will do his best to talk to tribe leader He Lulan, but all I can say is, I will try my best. Old sir, you are truly a kind person, you are so benevolent. Gaining old sir's help, it is truly our tribe's greatest fortune. Old sir, this is a letter of request that we have written collectively, we will be waiting for old sir's good news patiently. All the tribe leaders were filled with gratitude and joy. Tai Bai Yun Sheng received the letter of request from them and kept it in his pocket. After bidding farewell to the tribe leaders, he came to the grand hall and looked for He Lulan. He Lulan was not settling the administrative matters of the army in the grand hall, instead, he was relaxing in the flower garden. Tai Bai Yun Sheng hurried over quickly, and when he saw He Lulan, the latter was playing chess in the lake pavilion. He Lulan heard his intentions and first rejected him strictly, but when Tai Bai Yun Sheng urged him with reasoning and kind words, He Lulan slowly became less strict as he said, how about this, I can let these tribes rest and recover temporarily, but they must lend out all of their GU worms. My army will continue to advance, but we cannot reduce our strength just because of their absence. Every GU worm that they lend will entitle them to one person who can rest. Rank 2 GU worm will exempt a rank 2 GU master. A rank 3 GU worm will exempt a rank 3 GU master, and so on. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and merciful. I will thank Tribe Leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the different tribes and their tribesmen. Tai Bai Yun Sheng knew this was the best result he could get, thus he returned and informed all of the tribe leaders about this result. The tribe leaders looked at each other as they pondered over this, eventually accepting this condition. GU worms were the foundation and base of a GU master. GU worms that were lent out were easy to get damaged, but it was much better than losing their own lives. The casualties that these tribes were facing were simply too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the respective tribes' resting area and collect their GU worms. Being late was not an option. He also sent Tai Bai Yun Sheng to control the situation and settle the relevant administrative matters. After 3 days, this matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yun Sheng returned and reported to He Lulan, who invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan lifted his wine cup as he said, Old sir, please have a drink. It was our great fortune that old sir joined our tribe, allowing the army to face much fewer casualties and injuries. Old sir, you revived countless people, you have accomplished great deeds. I am not worthy of such praise, but we have to try our very best at things. Whether we succeed or not is up to heaven. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. Tai Bai Yun Sheng showed a look of shame, replying as he raised his cup. He Lulan's praise reminded him of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. In truth, ever since he returned from the blood hall, every word of praise that he heard felt like an insult, like sarcastic comments that were whipping at his soul. But today, after settling this matter, he resolved the conflict between He tribe and many small and middle-sized tribes. In a way, he saved the lives of many GU masters. This made him feel slightly better. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. He Lulan drank his wine in one gulp, putting it down as he muttered, sighing, Old sir's words are very accurate and articulate, it is truly well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the road to the future is filled with mystery and unexpected circumstances. As mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai had already done his best. I, He Lulan, should do the same as well. Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard this and suddenly felt that He Lulan had some additional meaning in his words. He immediately asked, Lord Tribe Leader, what do you mean by that? He Lulan laughed heartily. He was about to speak when He Shu came in with a report. His body was covered in blood, his expression was respectful and cautious. He came to He Lulan's side and said, reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, the Black Banner Army has not failed your expectations, we have already settled it appropriately. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt the killing aura around him and had a very ominous feeling. He quickly asked, what do you mean by settled it appropriately? Hey Shu, what did you guys settle? Hey Shu did not speak. He raised his eyebrows as he gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a passing glance, showing disdain in his eyes towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's compassionate and benevolent attitude. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. It is exactly like what you said, we can only do our best. You are doing your best, and I am doing the same. I have to do all I can to break through the rounds, and accomplish the mission given to me by the Supreme Elder. Tell me, these people ran away in the middle of our task, what crimes have they committed? They were able to develop to this extent because they relied on me. Taking advantages when they can, and hiding when there is trouble, is there such an easy and simple thing in this world? HMPH, if everyone was like that, would my army need to exist anymore? Will there be anyone left who would challenge the rounds with me? He Lulan said this with a sharp and resolute tone, his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Saying this, there was no need to mention what the task given to the Black Banner Army was. He Lulan, you! Tai Bai Yunsheng stood up in a flash. He stared at He Lulan with a furious gaze, he showed shock, anger, and even hatred on his face. Insolent, He Shu was unhappy and was about to strike, but He Lulan stretched out his hand and stopped him. Elder Tai Bai, do not forget your current status. He Lulan kept away his ruthless expression and poured another cup of wine indifferently. Tai Bai Yunsheng clenched his fists, his body was shivering from pure anger. He stared at He Lulan fixatedly, he wanted to scold him, but no sound came out of his mouth. He Lulan chuckled, pouring a cup of wine for Tai Bai Yunsheng personally. Old sir, take a seat, such beautiful and relaxing scenery paired with good wine and food, we should not let it go to waste. Screw your good wine and food. Tai Bai Yunsheng swept his sleeves furiously, with a loud crash, all the wine cups fell onto the floor. He Lulan was unmoved, instead he pointed at the dishes on the table as he laughed loudly. Elder Tai Bai, this is a banquet to celebrate your success. If not for your support, why would they trust us so much and lend out their GU? As they did not have their GU worms with them, my Black Banner Army could quickly swoop in and take them down, easily obliterating them. I have no one but you to thank for this. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and felt like lightning had struck him. He staggered 3 steps back as his face turned completely pale as paper. He Lulan, you are really an unscrupulous scoundrel. Unscrupulous? I cannot believe this, you are saying such naive things. Elder Tai Bai, you were also once the young tribe leader of a tribe. After living for so many years, have you not seen the reality of this world? These so-called political affairs have always been dirty. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to rebuke him, but there were no words he could say. He snorted coldly, turning around and leaving, walking out of the hall quickly without even turning back once. Lord Tribe Leader, should I send people to surveil Tai Bai Yunsheng? He Shu inquired. He Lulan raised his wine cup, his expression was plain, without a bit of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng's back as he laughed coldly. Tai Bai Yunsheng is merely a healing GU master, what's there to be afraid of? His reputation, after this matter, who would dare believe in him again? Good deeds go unnoticed, while bad deeds travel 1,000 li. He Shu heard this and his heart jumped. Anyone who holds a high political position is an unfathomable schemer indeed. At this point, he could see that He Lulan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, by causing bloodshed in these small and middle tribes, he was creating an example to show the others. Secondly, he could suppress Tai Bai Yunsheng, making him understand what status he is currently holding. Thirdly, it is to attack Tai Bai Yunsheng's reputation, in order to strengthen his own political power. Tai Bai Yunsheng walked quickly towards the scene of the incident. The slaughter had ended. In order to create more fear in people, He Lulan did not order his men to clean up the area. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked around, his expression turning white, and his heart was shivering. The sacred palace was dyed in blood, corpses were everywhere on the ground. Not just strong adult men, there were even the old, the weak, women and children. Some of them had their eyes wide open, dying an indignant death, some of them had their arms and legs chopped off, some were cut in half, it was a gruesome sight, some had messy clothing, their expressions were twisted and in agony, it was evident that they had been humiliated in an inhuman way before they died. All of this. It was all caused by me. If not for me trusting He Lulan, if not for me trying to mediate the tension between the two, I was too foolish, I was too naive. I did not manage to see He Lulan's ugly and evil intentions. All these people, they all died because they placed their trust in me. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was shivering, the intense smell of blood was assaulting him, and the scene of a sea of corpses lying on the ground was causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was hunched, the mild wind blew at him and caused his beard to move slightly, he had deep wrinkles and a dazed expression, his fists were tightly clenched, soundlessly expressing the grief, agony, regret, and self-blame that he was feeling deep in his heart. Plop! He kneeled on the ground weakly, holding himself up with his hands as the blood dyed his palms, his knees, and his pants bright red. Sorry, I am sorry. Tai Bai Yunsheng wept profusely, at once, his face was like an overflowing river. This is a good person even though there is also darkness in his heart, in the end, there is great terror when one is between life and death. Facing death, which normal person would not lose themselves. Far away, at a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been observing this intently and silently. He watched the scene unfold with his very own eyes. It turned out that the black coffin luck represented a severe disaster that would threaten his life. The extermination of these tribes was the best proof of that. Meanwhile, the death energy on his body was more than dozens of times thicker than these tribes' members, even 100 times as thick. Hee, this is so interesting. Luck ha, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile, he wanted to see if this so-called bad luck could stop him in his steps. In this life, there is no person, any reason, or any difficulties that can affect my determination in moving forward. His gaze was cold and still as ice, looking towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Who said that kind people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold expression turned into one that had a trace of sarcasm, then let me give you a hand. He activated his GU worms in secret, forming an illusory voice that was untraceable, as the sound waves entered Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears one by one. Tai Bai Yunsheng's state of mind was close to collapsing, his mind was extremely susceptible to influences. At this moment, he could hear a voice, it sounded just like Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe in you, you will definitely save us, isn't that right? Old sir, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you, we are willing to risk our lives in order to come forward and help you. Ah, Tai Bai Yunsheng screamed suddenly, opening his eyes abruptly. With his blurred vision due to his tears, he looked at the blood puddle on the ground. The blood puddle rippled, as the nightmare that haunted him appeared once again, the image of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying from the sea of blood beasts. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body shuddered, he was still like a statue, but the next moment, he raised his head and screamed with all of his energy. Ah, his shrill and hoarse voice resounded in this bloody slaughterhouse. He, ha ha ha. When his screaming ended, Tai Bai Yunsheng started laughing like a maniac. His laughter contained the feeling of madness, but also anger and sadness, there was also a trace of mockery towards himself, towards the mortal world. Crazy, he's crazy, Elder Tai Bai has gone mad. The surrounding He tribe GU masters were shouting in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was curling his lips and smiling, he was a transmigrator, and had also undergone rebirth, his rich life experience had allowed him to grasp the psychology of people to a very precise degree. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a very good person. But his subconscious action in the blood hall was akin to betrayal. This action created suspicion, doubts, and denial that he felt towards himself in terms of his personal values. If a person denied himself, and suspected himself, then he would no doubt fall into a deep abyss of agony. Very evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was in great pain, he felt guilt in his heart, almost every night, he was tormented by a similar nightmare. For him to accept that he had some kind of despicable and lowly character as a fact, it would be impossible to do so. His entire life revolved around justice and benevolence, he had walked on this road for too long, he wanted to return to it, but he knew that in the deepest part of his heart, this action formed a barrier that he could not cross. He was stuck in the abyss of agony, sinking deeper and deeper the more he struggled. The tribe leader's request towards him was a chance that he had towards salvation, and a redemption for his mistakes. If he could really succeed, it was undeniably the best medicine for him to pay for his sins, and he would be able to forgive himself. But the truth was, He Lu Lan ordered a mass slaughter, not leaving even a single woman or child behind. This in turn caused Tai Bai Yunsheng to become the biggest assistant in this murder spree. His medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison, the intense toxins caused him to lose himself, his mental state was close to breaking down. At this juncture, Fang Yuan pushed him lightly, finally causing Tai Bai Yunsheng to explode, breaking from the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him at this point. To put it in another way, after searching through his soul, Fang Yuan, who had seen Tai Bai Yunsheng's entire life, could be said to know him intimately. But the cruel reality was, this person was not his kin or his friend, he was an enemy plotting against him. Fang Yuan, who was hidden in the darkness listening to Tai Bai Yunsheng's laughter, looked on with an expression of appreciation, smiling lightly. This was a respectable and pitiful old man, he screamed his lungs out, in his laughter, on his face full of tears, he was questioning himself, he was questioning the cruelty of this mortal world, fate was toying with him and he was helpless to resist. If you deny even yourself, what can you do? Fang Yuan muttered lightly, his gaze was as deep as night. Go to the blood hall again and try to challenge the round. No, if you are there, your mind will be full of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai's images. Go seek help, who can help you now? Hey Lu Lan, it can be assumed that you have just fallen out with him. Or rather, even if you manage to get the lifespan GU, will you be able to use it with peace of mind? Hee, the current you, what options do you possibly have? What choices can you still make? Denying yourself, wallowing in self-pity, feeling intense pain and grief, you, a person who is facing a trial of your conscience, what option do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer was becoming clearer. Thus, go ahead and make your decision, I hope you will not let me down. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze was shining as he looked at the crazy Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was laughing wildly, his voice was bitter like he was wailing. He tore his clothes, as tears and mucus were mixing on his face, he did not have the demeanor of a rank 5 peak state expert at this point. He was someone who feared death, but he was also a good person who was pushed into a corner by this cruel and ice-cold mortal world. In truth, he was more like a pitiful person. Since some time ago, a mild wind had started blowing. The wind gradually grew bigger and bigger, as clouds were forming in the sky. With Tai Bai Yunsheng as the center, the surroundings were quietly and rapidly transforming. Some sort of mystical change had started, heaven and earth were beginning to tremble. You did not disappoint me in the end. Fang Yuan was extremely excited, he took his leave and vanished without a trace. He rapidly traveled far away, retreating. Because it was no joke when a GU master advances into an immortal. Soon, the wind and clouds went wild, as heaven and earth changed. The dark and thick black clouds looked like they were about to collapse at any time, destroying the sacred palace. In and out of the sacred palace, shouting could be heard everywhere. What is going on? What in the world is happening? Countless people did not know what was happening, they fell into a panic. This could it be? Some people with greater knowledge and experience stared at this grand scene with a dumbfounded expression. Go investigate, go investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lu Lan was furiously screaming. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yunsheng. He Shu was full of sweat as he stumbled his way into the hall and reported this. He Lu Lan's expression froze, he was as still as a statue for a moment. A few breaths later, he reacted and shouted with a twisted expression, retreat. Order everyone to leave the sacred palace. Of course, those who wish to die can stay here. Chapter 606 Awakening. Chapter 606, Awakening. The sky turned dark and gloomy, and the wind howled. A formless heavenly power slowly lifted Tai Bai Yunsheng into the air. He laughed maniacally, his white beard fluttering in the wind. There were no signs of the usual warmth and benevolence on his face, it was replaced by a crazed and distorted look. Everyone in the sacred palace was in panic. GU masters fled in a hurry, forming a huge stream of people that was fleeing for life towards the outside. Only after running an immense distance, did the crowd anxiously stop. Expert GU masters moved toward the peaks of hills or directly flew to the sky, and used investigative GU worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different thoughts going through their minds. Other GU masters also raised their heads to gaze at the floating Tai Bai Yunsheng with looks of respect, reverence, affection, worry, envy and so on. The news of Tai Bai Yunsheng advancing to GU Immortal had already spread amongst everyone. Advancing to GU Immortal. This was something that most people would not experience in their whole life, and unexpectedly it was happening before everyone's eyes at this very moment. Inconceivable, Tai Bai Yunsheng has yet to use any GU worms, but he actually caused such a change in weather. Looking at the surging clouds and hearing the raging winds, many GU masters shouted out in surprise. Soon the surprised voices surged into a commotion. Because it was not only the weather that had changed, even the ground under their feet was beginning to shake. At first, it was only a negligible tremor, but soon vast smoke and dust started to rise from the ground. This is the turbulence of Earth Chi. According to the records in the tribe, GU masters have to first break their aperture to advance to GU Immortal. After breaking their aperture, they can attract Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. Yi Lui sang, He Lulan and some others were from super tribes, and knew a lot more than normal people. At this moment, shock could clearly be seen in their eyes. The first step in advancing to GU Immortal was breaking the aperture. Using primeval essence in an all-out assault to completely shatter one's own aperture. Like this, the sealed aperture that was covered by the crystal wall would turn into a hole in the GU Master's body. Just this first step needs extremely great courage. Because there is no turning back after shattering the aperture. GU tribe leader GU Guolong said with a sigh. Advancement to a GU Immortal is extremely difficult, with minuscule chances of success. Tai Bai Yunsheng is too courageous, actually daring to take this step. He truly leaves us in admiration. Ni tribe leader Ni Yaqing was deeply moved. He Lulan's expression was complex. He knew some inside details. A part of the reason why Tai Bai Yunsheng was advancing to GU Immortal was probably due to his actions. I was the one who provoked Tai Bai Yunsheng, leading to him choosing to take the risk to advance in his crumbling mental state. This is good, although I learned about immortal ascension from records, I really want to personally observe it. Tai Bai Yunsheng's advancement into GU Immortal will provide a great reference and be helpful to me. It is just that so be it if he fails, but if he really successfully advances into a GU Immortal, how should I treat him? He Lulan immediately frowned at this thought, feeling a headache. Fang Yuan observed the scene while sitting on the back of an Azure Wolf King, surrounded by an Azure Wolf group. Advancement to GU Immortal, his dark gaze had excitement and also showed an expression of recalling the past. He again used luck inspection GU to examine Tai Bai Yunsheng. The luck on him was now like a raging wildfire, originally it had been like flames with a growing red glow. Now, it was even more flourishing, blazing like an inferno. His luck is blazing, he had successfully advanced into a GU Immortal in my previous life, that should not be a big problem for him in this life. Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. Unlike He Lulan with his doubts and hesitation, Fang Yuan already had a plan to face the GU Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. He tried to look once more, but the luck inspection GU actually suffered injuries from the extreme pressure. His own eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped the activation, not surprised at all. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already broken his aperture, attracting heaven and earth qi in a huge surrounding range. Using GU worms in this range will naturally create chain reactions, making the heaven and earth qi surge and trigger a backlash. If one was stubborn and forcibly activated their GU, even an immortal GU would be injured and might even die, not to mention mere mortal GU. Fang Yuan had not considered using GU worms at this time to plot against Tai Bai Yunsheng because of this reason. If he rashly made a move in this period, he himself might be implicated. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky surged, and together took the shape of a giant vortex. In response to this, yellow-brown dust churned endlessly on the ground, creating a vortex that resembled the formation of a loophole. This Tai Bai Yunsheng has deep foundation and accumulation, his human qi is so majestic, actually attracting so much heaven and earth qi. This scene is actually more spectacular than when my tribe's supreme elder advanced. Yi Luisang was endlessly shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an immortal inheritance and roamed northern plains his whole life, gaining extremely rich experience. By now, he had almost run the course of his entire life, thus his accumulation was incomparably deep. The two giant vortexes covered miles of range. Tai Bai Yunsheng gazed up and saw the majestic and fierce vortex which looked like a giant beast opening its mouth. In comparison, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was small, like a tiny insect near a pond. But Tai Bai Yunsheng still kept on laughing maniacally. Come, come, he shouted, his body shook with fear and excitement, but also relief. Even if he failed, he would at least be freed from this nightmare. Seemingly hearing his shout, the brewing vortex began to slowly rotate. In the sky and on the ground, two giant vortexes rotated like a millstone. Lightning flashed in the dark and cloudy vortex in the sky, with the thunder rumbling repeatedly. On the ground, the dusty vortex caused purple smoke to ascend with violent explosive sounds. Like grinding stone, the dark and cloudy millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. While from the dusty one below, rose a golden aura. They were heaven qi and earth qi. Heaven qi was clear and moved freely, earth qi was profound and dense. And Tai Bai Yunsheng's body released a white human qi. This human qi was extremely dense and like a cocoon, it formed a large sphere that tightly covered Tai Bai Yunsheng. Heaven qi was raining down while earth qi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human qi. Heaven, earth and human, the three qi converged together and began fusing. First step is breaking the aperture, the second step is taking in the qi. He Lulan mumbled. Breaking the aperture is a point of no return, the only possibility of survival is in success and failure means certain doom. And taking in chi tests the nature of the GU master and their ability to control it. This step is extremely crucial and is like walking between cliffs on a tightrope. If the balance is even a little off such that the human chi is slightly in excess, it will lead to self-detonation. If heaven chi is slightly more, the GU master will dissolve into the sky. If earth chi is slightly more dense, the GU master will turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. Difficult, truly hard, truly difficult. Yi Lui Sang lamented while shaking his head, even as a spectator, his heart shook at this sight. One can only move forward when they begin the advancement to a GU immortal, there is no going back. The danger is extremely high, thus many rank 5 peak stage GU masters, even if they knew the method to advance to a GU immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless as a last resort. The expert observes the process while the layman simply enjoys the show. Most people only watch the sight while bustling with noise and excitement. But the few expert GU masters who knew the inside details were dripping with sweat, their hearts palpitating with fear from the sight. Fang Yuan was the one with the most experience regarding this. The process of charging to GU Immortal realm and becoming a blood path GU Immortal in his previous life had left behind an extremely deep impression on him. This second step is extremely difficult, it not only tests the GU Master's ability to control the balance, what it tests even more than that is the GU Master's nature. He inwardly sighed. Heaven Chi and Earth Chi attacked the body, and the three Chi converged. This was the process of immortal blending with heaven and earth. An ordinary person would never have such a moment where they are this intimately close to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were the cornerstones to nurture all living beings. The resonance between heaven chi and earth chi would fill the GU Master's mind with the wonders of the Great Tao. Experiencing the Great Tao was an extremely rare opportunity and the GU Master could easily lose themselves in it, not being able to extricate themselves. This could very easily lead to an imbalance between the three chi. Even more crucially, the higher the amount of heaven chi and earth chi taken in, the higher the chance of advancing to a GU Immortal. At this crucial time, the GU Master would often get greedy and take in too much heaven chi and earth chi, leading to an imbalance between the three chi and perishing. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not disappoint Fang Yuan, he persevered and stabilized the situation, controlling the three chi perfectly and progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yunsheng probably received an expert's guidance. Tai Bai Yunsheng actually accomplished it, the second step could not stump him at all. This man really is not simple. We need to keep on watching. Being able to do it now does not mean he can maintain the state until the end. He Lu Lan and Yi Lui Sang were feeling bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. As the aurora in the sky shook, 88 Truyong building experienced intense tremors. As its cornerstone, the sacred palace started shaking as well, dust rose and many beautiful courtyards collapsed. What is going on? 88 Truyong building. Everyone shifted their gazes in shock. HMPH, it is here. Fang Yuan sneered, but was well aware of this. Inside the Truyong building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yunsheng advancing to a GU Immortal meant he was taking in heaven chi and earth chi. But this world was not the outside world of Northern Plains, but was Imperial Court blessed land, a small world of its own. Tai Bai Yunsheng was using up this small world's heaven chi and earth chi, which was akin to weakening Imperial Court blessed land, and was basically extracting the source of the land spirit's strength. Could the land spirit not be angry? It had been imprisoned for countless years and now finally had the hope of obtaining freedom. Although it was formed from an obsession and did not know how to tell lies, but it had intelligence and understood the strategy of concealing itself. The land spirit had originally planned to restrain itself, fearing Giant Sun's will. It would wait till Gruel mud had corroded the shackles on it to a certain degree before it broke out in one violent move. But now that Tai Bai Yunsheng was charging into GU Immortal realm, he was not only extracting the strength of the land spirit, but was sure to awaken Giant Sun's will. The land spirit would then have all its hopes dashed. Even more likely, it would be forcibly suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. With no choice, it could only make a quick decision and take advantage of Giant Sun's will still being in hibernation at the moment, to resist and avoid giving Giant Sun's will time to be prepared. Thus, everyone looked on as the Truyong building shook, bringing destruction to the fish in the ponds as many structures in the sacred palace collapsed. In the Truyong building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock let out a loud cry. Its attack was extremely effective as the green paste covering its body immediately melted until below its neck and 5 to 6 black chains on its body also broke. Huh! A light mumble, as if just waking up from a dream, echoed out from the depths of the Truyong building. Who has such guts to awaken me from my slumber? From the infinite and eerie darkness, a giant will resembling the sun slowly woke up. It was originally only a small glimmer, but soon brightened up to the extent that it could pierce through 10 layers of the underworld, sweeping past every corner of the Truyong building. Fang Yuan's will that had refined the guest halt steel simply could not defend itself and was immediately wiped out. The glass owner token he held also started becoming boiling hot. Chapter 607 Ambushing Giant Sun's Will. Chapter 607 Ambushing Giant Sun's Will. A will blazing like the sun passed through the glass owner token and attacked Fang Yuan's mind. The will was like a golden flood as it rampaged directly into Fang Yuan's brain. Will was formed from large numbers of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to erode his mind, Fang Yuan could very likely turn into a demented amnesiac. This is bad. Quickly throw away that damned owner token. Mo Yao's will appeared in his mind, and screamed. She was the will of a GU immortal who had reached rank 7 before death. Her background knowledge of will was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. Her own gains and losses were linked to Fang Yuan, like two locusts tied with a thread. The mind was a vital place. Fang Yuan would not want to start a battle in there. No need to worry, he sneered. He was already prepared, so he was not concerned, soon activating the special will GU. The special will GU received the primeval essence and directly flashed into Fang Yuan's mind, blocking the will of Giant Sun. The golden light will came to an abrupt stop, completely halted by special will GU. The special will GU then burst out with a strong absorption force, devouring Giant Sun's will unceasingly. The small will swallowed the big will, as if an ant swallowing an elephant, but Giant Sun's will had no ability to resist. Mo Yao's will was stumped for a while before coming to a realization, so Giant Sun's will was a special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time since its start at the remote antiquity era, continuing to this day. Will was classified under Wisdom Path and naturally the contents regarding it were plentiful. Not only was will divided into many types, there were also all sorts of effects. Back when Fang Yuan had just ventured into it, he had already bought many Wisdom Path GU worms. For example, Special Will GU, Deliberate Will GU, Play Will GU, Keep Will GU and New Will GU, which were specially used to condense Special Will, Deliberate Will, Play Will, Keep Will and New Will. These 5 types of will had their advantages and disadvantages, requiring the GU master themselves to choose the appropriate will according to the situation. Among them, Special Will could be arranged in advance and automatically trigger under special conditions. To explain this in a simple fashion, let's take a rat trap as an example. When a rat comes in contact with the trap fulfilling the special condition, the rat trap will then activate, trapping the rat. The prior setup is triggered, activating the trap. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered dangerous situations occurring in the future, and for the benefit of his descendants, he chose to use the most suitable special will GU to create a will of himself and placed it in 88 Truyong building. As long as the danger reached a certain degree, the special condition would be fulfilled and the special will would trigger Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prior setup. As for what the activation requirement of this prior setup was, outsiders did not know. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn, was not clear about it. But from the video clips in his previous life, he knew Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made it easier for Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will was an Immortal Venerable's will, but it must also follow the laws and great Tao of the world. The will was condensed by a GU worm, and similarly could be subdued by the corresponding GU worm. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly restrained by special will GU. Within Fang Yuan's mind, Giant Sun's will had yet to show its might before it was swallowed by Fang Yuan's special will GU. After swallowing this will of Giant Sun, special will Gu's belly immediately bulged like a fatty who had stuffed himself to the limit. Haha, what a great will. Fang Yuan praised it but was inwardly shocked. That was dangerous. Although it was restrained, it was after all an Immortal Venerable's will. Even if it was only a strand, it was really not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of 88 Truyong building. Giant Sun's will attacked Fang Yuan through this owner token. But if the owner token was compared to a passage, this passage was way too small and could only allow a strand of Giant Sun's will to pass. If the passage was just a bit bigger, the situation would be completely different. This strand of will that special will GU had eaten was simply negligible compared to the Giant Sun's will in Truyong building. Falling prey to Fang Yuan's small scheme, Giant Sun's will could not contain its anger. Swindler, you dared profane my, Giant Sun's, honor. I will crush you to pieces. Rumble. Truyong building started shaking, giving off all kinds of lights which infused the sky. A peerless power seemed to manifest, shaking heaven and earth. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already died and was unable to mobilize 88 Truyong Building using just his will, but within 88 Truyong Building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild GU could directly absorb the primeval essence in the air, but would lose this ability when they are refined and have to absorb the GU Master's primeval essence. 88 Truyong Building was an immortal GU house and was under the command of Giant Sun's will. It could activate by absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was extremely simple and easy, as if it was natural. Run. Looking at 88 Truyong Building about to show its power, Mo Yaozwil anxiously warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had refined a part of Truyong Building, and now that Giant Sun's will had awakened, it classified him as an enemy. Fang Yuan did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. This enmity was too big. Fang Yuan was directly marked down and an unprecedented killing intent was about to befall upon him. There's no hurry. Calamity was coming right for him, but Fang Yuan appeared indifferent and relaxed. He tightly held the glass owner token. This particular token was not simple. It was a product created by expending an immortal GU using an owner token as the base. It was a crucial key for which Central Continent's GU immortals and several large forces had prepared with meticulous care over thousands of years. Still causing trouble after death. HMPH, what era are we living in now? Fang Yuan snorted and with no fear sent a thought through the glass owner token, launching an ambush. Truyong Building shook intensely. The aurora that filled the sky instantly collapsed by over half. The phantom image that appeared when condensing the floors was like a candle in front of a great wind, as it collapsed and dissipated. Everything came to an abrupt stop. In Truyong Building, Giant Sun's will let out a frightening and furious howl as it was besieged and attacked by countless special will GU. These special will GU were the preparation of Central Continent's GU immortals which had been accumulated for thousands of years, a trump card specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's weakness was thoroughly targeted, like a sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. It had immediately wanted to activate GU worms to massacre these special will GU. 88 Truyong Building was an immortal GU house, a solidified killer move formed from many immortal GU and mortal GU. Naturally, it had methods to clean up the enemies. But Central Continent's GU immortals had researched deeply and already calculated this. Coordinating with Special Will Gu's attack were other shocking methods, actually sealing all of the yellow apricot immortal essence Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind. Truyong Building was not able to move without the immortal essence and immediately stopped all actions. Even though Giant Sun's will was seething with rage, it did not have any method to instantly resolve this, thus landing in a predicament. Truyong Building sank into deathly stillness as Fang Yuan put his mind at rest. In his previous life, Central Continent's GU immortals relied on this method to slay Giant Sun's will and destroy 88 Truyong Building. A pity I am still immortal and not a GU immortal. There is no way for me to reap profits from this. Fang Yuan felt a slight regret. This was Giant Sun's will. Even at its weakest moment, it was not something he could meddle with. In truth, even if he advanced into a GU immortal, with just one GU immortal's battle strength, the result would not be good. When the Central Continent GU immortals attacked Imperial Court-blessed land, they had altogether 11 GU immortals, each of them an elite expert, but even then only 3 were able to return in triumph. However, the sacrifices were worth it as they received rich battle spoils. Truyong Building was a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and when it was suddenly destroyed, the whole of Northern Plains suffered heavy impact. Their morale fell to the abyss and they were forced into retreat continually in battles. If not for the GU immortal Ma Hongyun who repeatedly playing a vital role as a pillar during the most crucial times, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. As for the current Fang Yuan, he was safe for at least a period of time. What happened to Truyong Building just now? Could it be the influence of Tai Bai Yunsheng advancing to a GU immortal was too big and even 88 Truyong Building was affected? Imperial Court-blessed land prohibits the entry of GU immortals. Advancing to a GU immortal here like Tai Bai Yunsheng is an extremely rare event. Does this violate the arrangements made by old ancestor Giant Sun back then? Truyong Building's abnormal changes caused this crowd of people who did not know the truth to be bewildered and start making guesses. Truyong Building fell into a deathly stillness and did not show any movement for the moment. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted towards Tai Bai Yunsheng again. Tai Bai Yunsheng was floating in between the sky and the ground, continually taking in heaven chi and earth chi, combining them with his own human chi. The balanced 3 chi were pouring into the space where his aperture had once been. An extremely mysterious transformation was happening to his body. Whether it was his physical body or soul, they were both being tempered by heaven and earth chi. The essence of his life itself was elevating to a higher level. There were 3 steps in advancing to a Gu Immortal. The first was breaking the aperture, the second was taking in the chi. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an intact Gu Immortal inheritance and thus had a clear understanding of the key concerns in the process. So far, he was able to stabilize with no major hindrances. But how could advancing to a Gu Immortal only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven chi and the vast earth chi, human chi originated from only Tai Bai Yunsheng himself. Thus, there were endless amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, but human chi was limited in quantity. The 3 chi needed to be in balance, there was no way to take in the surplus heaven chi and earth chi, so they were excluded and left to the side. As time passed, these heaven and earth chi accumulated in the sky and on the ground, gathering and condensing, the sheer quantity causing a qualitative change. Tai Bai Yunsheng had too deep of an accumulation, he was able to draw in so much heaven and earth chi. Now the extra heaven and earth chi are condensing into calamity and tribulation. Yi Lui Sang's eyes flashed with burning light. The deeper the accumulation of the Gu Master, the greater the difficulty in advancing to a Gu Immortal. But if they succeeded, their potential future accomplishment would be that much higher. The risk and profits in this were directly proportional. He Lu Lan watched on tightly without saying a word, putting all his effort in observing and gaining reference. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, how did they form? The scene in front of them was displaying the whole process before everyone's eyes. Golden earth chi continued to become denser and the turbid chi condensed into shape, gradually forming a one-horned great tiger. And the green heaven chi condensed into countless giant green willow leaves. Every willow leaf was the size of a boat. The one-horned great tiger was as large as a hill, it raised its head while crouching down, taking a jumping posture. The green willow leaves swayed as they spread in the sky, ready to strike. This is the earthly calamity lofty tiger and the heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light. Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped his crazed laughter, a grave expression filling his face. The crowd who were so far from all this could feel the endless power of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation. Then what about Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at the center of this, the target of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation? The spectating crowd was silent, the atmosphere turning heavy. Imperial Court Land Spirit, however, laughed loudly, the opportunity to break free from my captivity has appeared. Chapter 608 Giant Sun's Retaliation. Chapter 608. Giant Sun's Retaliation. Inside Truyong Building, the land spirit was using all of its strength to attack the seal on it. Bang bang bang, 3 soft explosive sounds could be heard consecutively, as 3 black chains binding it were broken. The green paste on it had thoroughly melted from its neck and even to the tips of its 2 wings, revealing the bright and lively feathers. Little sparrow, you dare! Giant Sun's will was bursting with fury. Giant Sun, despite being dead, you actually still imprisoned me for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I will definitely break out of your damn cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out a shrill scream, similarly furious. Trapped for so many years, unable to even budge, the suffocation and indignance from being in captivity turned into the strength needed to break its seal. Giant Sun's will gave a deep shout, the sun-like will suddenly flared up, rushing in all directions like a majestic golden flood. 10,000 special will Gu were already surrounding him in layers after layers. They were like a dam blocking the flood, which was Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's special will was completely restrained by the special will Gu. The whole dam held tight without any cracks, but the situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will Gu had already been swallowing Giant Sun's special will to the limit and started to burst one by one. Several breaths later, the dam, formed by the special will Gu trembled, broke down and shattered apart. Giant Sun's special will might have been subdued, but the size of it was extremely large, having originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even after the wear and tear of over hundreds of thousands of years, this was still not something 10,000 special will Gu could suppress. Restraint was relative. Water could extinguish fire, but if the fire was fierce enough, it could directly evaporate the water pouring on it. Giant Sun's will that was like a sun was extremely grand and large. Although there was a lot of consumption when he attacked special will Gu, it was still able to destroy the 10,000 special will Gu in the end. Without the besiegement of special will Gu, Giant Sun's will was like a tied-up prisoner who had broken out of the shackles, and immediately tried to control Truyong Building. But the next moment, a full 50,000 special will Gu rushed out and gathered again, forming a new encirclement. Central Continent's GU Immortals had researched very deeply and would never underestimate Giant Sun's will, thus they had made sufficient preparations. Special Will GU was not an immortal GU, its quantity could be piled up. Giant Sun's will, who had just obtained freedom, was again sealed off, letting out a furious roar. He started attacking again, his momentum as vast as a rapidly flowing river, breaking apart the encirclement of Special Will GU. But soon, the third wave of Special Will GU surrounded it. The quantity was even more this time, reaching over 100,000. Central Continent's GU Immortals had spent thousands of years for this. Several great super forces had joined hands, making large purchases, refining GU non-stop, and spending an astronomical amount of GU refinement resources. They had paid such an astonishing price, and now they were all being used by Fang Yuan, displaying extraordinary effects. Being trapped once again, Giant Sun's will did not shout or roar. Giant Sun's will was the will of an immortal Venerable and knew how to think. When he realized he had fallen into a scheme and the enemy side had made sufficient preparations, he became calm again. He began to think and soon discovered a flaw in the encirclement. Although Giant Sun's will was surrounded tightly in all directions by Special Will GU with no area neglected, this did not signify there was no flaw in this encirclement. These Special Will GU were refined by GU Immortals, and refined GU worms were unable to directly absorb the primeval essence from their surroundings, and there was no supply of primeval essence for them in here. Then, where did the primeval essence used to activate these Special Will GU come from? There were so many Special Will GU, and there could even be more, their primeval essence requirement would be gigantic. Giant Sun's will slightly thought over it and realized, what these Special Will GU absorbed was not primeval essence but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest grade rank 6 green grape immortal essence could convert to what was practically an almost unlimited amount of primeval essence. Immortal essence was the source of fuel for these Special Will GU. And these immortal essence were concealed very well. Clearly, there were other supporting GU worms coordinating with Special Will GU to form an enormous and hidden GU formation. So long as I break their connection with the immortal essence, these Special Will GU would not be of much threat. Giant Sun's will soon thought of this method. However, to break the connection between the Special Will GU and the immortal essence, he had to fully grasp this GU formation first. Just like how Central Continent GU Immortals sealed all the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to suppress 88 Truyong building, Giant Sun's will also had a similar idea. On the spot, Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues and making deductions, the vague structure of the GU formation began to gradually become clearer. The land spirit naturally would not sit and wait for its death. When it had sensed Giant Sun's will being suppressed, it mustered all its strength to break the seals on it. Gruel mud had terrifying effectiveness against these seals. The green paste on its body was full of cracks and the edges were rapidly melting down. The black shackles on its wings once again consecutively collapsed and 4 broke apart. The land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, gave a shrill cry, its whole body shook intensely, shaking away most of the green paste on its 2 wings. Shortly afterwards it impatiently unfolded them. Cold aura permeated out from all over its spotlessly white body as it raised its head high, appearing noble and beautiful. But it had yet to completely unfold its large wings when they were tightly pulled in by the black chains. Its movement came to a sudden stop, the intense pain making it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they still tightly shackled its freedom. Break them. Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned around its elegant neck, its sharp brows flickering with terrifying cold light. Damn it! Giant Sun's will, who had been thinking intensely, could not help but stop his thoughts as he sensed this situation. If the land spirit broke his control, then 88 Truyong building could be thrown out from Imperial Court blessed land at any time. Without Imperial Court blessed land's protection, countless GU Immortals would start rushing over to loot Truyong building. At that time, it would be the case of an army of ants devouring an elephant. Even more yellow apricot immortal essence would not be able to stop the consumption from the dauntless advance of countless GU Immortals. But Giant Sun's will was powerless to stop the land spirit at this moment. He had been making several probing attacks while thinking at the same time, and although there were some results and he was able to recover some methods, they were still very limited and were not enough to suppress the situation. At this moment, outside the Truyong building. Roar! Lofty Tiger roared and jumped. The world trembled as the hill-sized Lofty Tiger jumped into the air. Its enormous and malevolent tiger claws slammed towards the insignificant insect like Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a light shout as he dodged quickly. The tiger claws could not strike him, but the huge wind force from it was still able to make Tai Bai Yunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the willow winds in the sky fluttered down. These willow winds were as large as a canoe, and their descent was graceful, resembling falling leaves. But the movement that felt slow was actually fast, and the destructive power contained within them was terrifying. Tai Bai Yunsheng was bathed with blood, paying close attention to the movements of the willow winds. Previously, he had carelessly come into contact with 3 willow winds, but just that had already destroyed all the defensive GU on him. Right now, when he saw the willow winds falling down, he quickly evaded them. From the earth, the malevolent tiger pounced up, while from the sky, the willow winds fluttered down one after another. Tai Bai Yunsheng was already finding it difficult to continue after a while. He was in a sorry state and was facing the danger of losing his life. Sigh, it bodes ill for Tai Bai Yunsheng. His accumulation is very robust, but he has not made sufficient preparations to advance to GU Immortal. Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, you can do it. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel nervous at this scene. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng going to fail in advancing to a GU Immortal in this life? He suddenly had a thought and disregarding the backlash, forcibly activated Luck Inspection GU. But the luck on Tai Bai Yunsheng was still burning and raging like boiling water, and was still blooming. But the next moment, a quarter of this flaming luck had suddenly dissipated. What's going on? It was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing such a change in luck. And right at this time, a light pillar suddenly erupted from Truyong building. The light pillar that was as thick as an ancient tree, charged straight to the sky. The willow winds were pierced through by this light pillar, immediately crumbling apart and turning back into clear heaven chi, pure and warm. The light pillar swept through repeatedly, shattering most of the willow winds in the sky, before shooting towards the lofty tiger. The lofty tiger dodged while howling in grief, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow, impossible to avoid. The earthly calamity lofty tiger continued to decrease in size the more the light pillar touched it, till it vanished into thin air. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. 88 Truyong building has made a move. Old ancestor protected Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng. Many people cheered. But there were also some who scoffed. Nonsense, Tai Bai Yunsheng does not have giant son's bloodline, why would old ancestor protect him? Could it be the workings of the rumored divert disaster GU? Yi Luisang was endlessly shocked. He Lu Lan was even more excited. The luck path's divert disaster GU can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, greatly reducing their might, even directly obliterating them. If I can obtain this immortal GU. Divert disaster GU was one of the cornerstones of 88 Truyong building. It was also one of the limited methods Giant Sun's will could mobilize currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop at this. He had forcibly extracted a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence by rampaging multiple times. After activating Divert Disaster GU, Giant Sun's will mobilize the Human Chi Immortal GU in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Right under Fang Yuan's sight, Tai Bai Yunsheng's burning luck aura suddenly decreased by another quarter. Human Chi Immortal GU was activated, which similarly let out a ray of white light. This white light, however, directly shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng. Human Chi Immortal GU could increase the GU Master's Human Chi, raising their future potential after advancing to a GU Immortal. When Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained its help, the Human Chi on him instantly inflated by 10 times. With the increase in Human Chi, he naturally needed even more Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. However, Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were drawn out of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed heartily. Truyong Building's help had been out of his expectations, but he still quickly accepted it and absorbed large amounts of Heaven Chi and Earth Chi, merging the 3 elements into one, not only averting danger, his potential had also greatly increased, and his future prospects had turned much better. The land spirit Frost Jade Peacock gave a shrill, furious cry. Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were extracted in large amounts, causing an intense feeling of weakness to fill its body. Little Sparrow, you are still too green. Giant Sun's will snorted. He had used all the immortal essence he was able to extract on the most crucial area, acquiring the greatest results, greatly relieving the dangerous situation. Giant Sun's will was after all a will that originated from an immortal Venerable, its wisdom was extremely high. The situation had turned around quickly now and it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The weakening of the land spirit gave Giant Sun's will plenty of time to grasp the GU formation of the special will GU surrounding him. Once Giant Sun's will breaks apart this encirclement, he would regain control of the situation, and it would be extremely easy for him to undo the seal on the immortal essence then. As long as the seal on the immortal essence was broken, 88 Truyong building would be able to display the supreme might of a rank 8 GU house in all its glory. This is bad. I still underestimated an immortal Venerable's will. I have less than half the expected time left. Fang Yuan was able to understand the situation in Truyong building through the glass owner token. His heart sank. Now, I can only put my hopes in Tai Bai Yunsheng. Hopefully, he can quickly become a GU immortal and refine landscape as before GU. Chibi General, hopefully he dies immediately after. Chapter 609 Better to die than not be free. Chapter 609 Better to die than not be free. At the center of the scene, the three Qi were fusing. With the help of Giant Sun's will, the thick Qi flows had almost formed a cocoon around Tai Bai Yunsheng. All his injuries were long gone without any trace, his body, soul and consciousness were all being refined to a higher level. He looked back on his life, the scenes of the past quickly flashing through his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao circulated in his mind, inspirations came to him without pause, he was obtaining perfect solutions for the difficult problems in cultivation that had restrained him in the past. At this moment, heaven and earth were like selfless teachers, imparting all their knowledge to Tai Bai Yunsheng. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast and profound. The more Tai Bai Yunsheng knew, the more he realized his minuteness. He had no choice but to focus on his time path, refining and developing his knowledge. His understanding towards time path reached the peak of his lifetime. Inspiration from nature. Man is the spirit of all living beings, GU is the essence of heaven and earth. GU masters used GU, refined GU and raised GU. This was actually an unending process of learning, exploring and studying the world. In the process of advancing to a GU immortal, a GU master need not use GU worms to indirectly understand the world, instead it was a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This was probably the only chance in one's whole life before becoming a GU immortal to have such a precious opportunity. Rank 5 peak stage was the finishing line of mortal GU masters. But rank 6 GU immortals were beyond mortal, becoming a GU immortal was only a new starting point. At this crucial starting point, every GU immortal's future achievements would be different depending on the potential they accumulated. Such a beautiful experience, but my human chi is not sufficient. Tai Bai Yunsheng wished to continue immersing himself in this feeling but could not do so, a regretful expression appearing on his face. His human chi was already nearly exhausted, and this was after obtaining the help of human chi immortal GU, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The chi cocoon dispersed and Tai Bai Yunsheng's silhouette was revealed again. The three Qi had merged and shrunk down to a mass of tri-colored primordial Qi, condensed into where Tai Bai Yunsheng's aperture had originally been. This step signified the completion of the second step in advancing to a GU immortal, receiving Qi. Next was the final step of becoming a GU immortal, releasing GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng was being extremely serious, as he took out river as before, mountain as before and man as before GU. These three GU were his core GU worms and he was exceedingly familiar with them. Moreover, man as before GU was even his vital GU. Finally, the most crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng first sent his vital GU to the mass of tri-colored primordial Qi in his body. Boom! All of a sudden, a mystical sound like that of thunderstorm echoed in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears, causing his whole body to intensely shake. The tri-colored mass of Qi was originally merged together and constantly flowing in circulation. But after man as before intruded in, it was like it had ignited an explosive, the primordial Qi mass immediately exploded loudly. There can be no creation without destruction, in death there is new life. This moment was when a mortal could ascend to a GU immortal. The explosive sound was truly mystical, exploding out the marvels of life, exploding out a whole new world. The mortal aperture was broken, an immortal aperture was being formed. The immortal aperture was like a small world. The sky was azure like crystals and the ground was a desolate wilderness filled with yellow stones. It was like a newborn baby and intensely demanded nourishment, erupting at the outside world with an extremely strong force of suction and absorption. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, heaven Qi and earth Qi madly poured into Tai Bai Yunsheng, flowing non-stop into the immortal aperture. In the immortal aperture, the ground quickly expanded, 2/3 of 1,000 square kilometers, 4/3 of 1,000, 2,000 square kilometers. And time flow also rose from the 1-to-1 ratio to 1-to-10, 1-to-20. The immortal aperture was gradually starting to become unstable from the mad flow of Qi. Tai Bai Yunsheng then sent in river as before and mountain as before, stabilizing the situation. The immortal aperture was expanding continually, and a tributary of the river of time flowed in the darkness, causing the time flow to increase steadily. Time passed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng kept on placing GU worms to maintain the stability of the immortal aperture. 3 1/3 thousand square kilometers, 4,000, 4 2/3 of 1,000. 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32, 1 to 33. The immortal aperture had reached its extreme at this point, as if it had drunk and eaten to its fill, abruptly stopping its growth. But the clear heaven chi was still pouring in from the sky, and golden earth chi was still surging up from the ground. At this moment, the immortal aperture absorbed heaven chi and earth chi much slower than before. At first, it was drinking in big gulps, while now it was taking slow sips. Heaven and earth chi converged into the immortal aperture, green and golden mists and clouds filled the whole immortal aperture. The dense chi flow was brewing beads of immortal essence within. They were precisely the green grape immortal essence of a rank 6 GU immortal, 36 of them in total. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust in the ground began to gradually dissipate. The mist-like heaven chi and earth chi in the immortal aperture, however, had yet to dissipate. They condensed around man as before, river as before, mountain as before and other GU worms, causing a dense chi cocoon to form over these GU worms. The two chi mixed, heaven and earth interacted. Within the chi cocoons, each GU worm was beginning to ferment mysterious changes. It is time. A GU recipe flashed in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mind. This GU recipe was only a theoretical GU recipe of an immortal GU, it was from the old beggar's GU immortal inheritance. Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not guarantee whether this theoretical GU recipe could succeed. But he no longer had another option. His lifespan was near its end, about to exhaust completely. After advancing to a GU immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially the sense regarding time had heightened the most, it was precise to within a single breath. This novel sensation did not put him in a cheerful mood for long before he fell into silence, feeling oppressed and even afraid. Because he could sense that the time he had was truly not much, just like a small puddle under strong sunshine, with his lifespan being the thin layer of water left in the puddle. He had planned to get lifespan GU but it failed because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulations. The bloody road he had experienced in reaching the Great Hall even became a knot in his heart. Now, his only hope was in man as before GU. According to what the theoretical GU recipe showed, when man as before GU was advanced to rank 6, it could be used on oneself. Refine. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gave a soft shout, countless thoughts emerging in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical GU recipe which directly poured into the immortal aperture and then into the thick cocoon covering the man as before GU. These heaven and earth chi were the source of all living beings. As the two interacted, they evolved into all things in heaven and earth. These two chi were the origin of all living beings and could replace any GU refinement materials. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's thoughts were like keys that directed the heaven and earth chi in the proper direction. The thoughts entered the cocoon and immediately brought upon a violent change. Although it could not be compared to the explosion of the 3 chi in the first step of releasing GU, its effect was not small either. The chi cocoon erupted with devouring force, swallowing the remaining heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture without pause. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The chi flow surged non-stop, forming a screaming gale. Man as before GU turned into the eye of the storm, large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into it, turning into GU refinement resources. This is it. Tai Bai Yun Sheng mumbled softly in the air, his tone carried gratification and also expectation. After so much effort and risk, he was now finally seeing the hope of success. Although the process had been filled with inconceivable events. If Truyong Building had not made a move, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was sure to fall in the second step. As he thought of this, he glanced at the Truyong Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but Truyong Building had actually helped him, this was a fact. Did Giant Suns will wake up? Tai Bai Yun Sheng inwardly guessed. He had a GU immortal inheritance, his experience and knowledge were not lacking compared to people like He Lu Lan and Yi Lui Sang. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable prohibits the entry of GU immortals, I have already violated this taboo by advancing into a GU immortal here. So, why would Giant Suns will still help me? Tai Bai Yun Sheng was puzzled. Even with his plentiful experience, he could not anticipate the things occurring in the Truyong Building. Within the Truyong Building, Frost Jade Peacock gave shrill cries, the green paste on its body kept on shaking and bouncing, the iron chains also shook, producing clanking sounds when they collided with each other. The powers sealing it were melting down from the corrosion of gruel mud. But Frost Jade Peacock showed no signs of joy, instead it was filled with fear and anxiety. Giant Sunswill, however, laughed brightly. "Little sparrow, your struggle is of no use." Through Tai Bai Yunsheng, Giant Sunswill was able to exploit some methods to ingeniously strike the Imperial Court land spirit, weakening its strength at its foundation. Despite the powers binding Frost Jade Peacock weakening constantly, Giant Sunswill had already bought some time. He had already seen through most of the special Will Gu formation that had besieged him. How could an Immortal Venerable's arrangement be so simple? As long as Giant Sunswill was completely free, he naturally had large numbers of methods to choose from, like Metal Path, Water Path, Fire Path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I have slept for too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first put this disobedient land spirit in its place, then I shall completely eliminate the minute loopholes in Truyong Building. At that time, 88 Truyong Building will once again be like an iron bucket, standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years longer. Giant Sunswill's tone was deep and profound. "I won't let you have your way even if I die." After hearing, "standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years," all the hairs on Frost Jade Peacock stood on their ends. A land spirit was formed from an obsession, and the matter of recognizing the master was not a flexible one. Frost Jade Peacock was distinct in this even from other land spirits. It was incomparably proud and would not yield even a little. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle anymore, instead it strangely lay down dispiritedly. However, its gaze was still sharp as a knife, filled with hatred completely. Giant Sunswill was stupefied before suddenly realizing something as he shouted in rage, "Little sparrow, you dare to do this?" Outside the Truyong Building, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust are gradually dispersing. Has Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng succeeded in advancing to a Gu Immortal? Those who did not know the truth felt excited at this sight. I had never expected Tai Bai Yunsheng to actually reach the third step. Looking at his appearance, the immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what grade of blessed land he has formed. Yi Lui Sang mumbled. In advancing to a Gu Immortal, after passing the second step, the Gu Master could form an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals were blessed lands, rank 8 and rank 9 Gu Immortal apertures were grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into 3 grades, corresponding to large, medium, and small in size. The more heaven, earth and human chi are fused, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed lands have an area of up to 2,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a small tributary of the river of time, and form over 10 beads of immortal essence. There are few resources. Medium-grade blessed lands can range from 2 2/3 to 4,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, and form over 20 beads of immortal essence. They have plentiful resources. High-grade blessed lands can range from 4 2/3 to 6,000 square kilometers, and draw in a large tributary of the river of time. The quantity of immortal essence formed surpasses 30, and there will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which can mutually interact and refine a mortal Gu into an immortal Gu. He Lu Lan's gaze was fixed directly ahead, the relevant information flashing in his mind. His brows slightly furrowed. Tai Bai Yunsheng was able to pass the second step with Truyong Building's help, reaching the third step. And now, it looked like there was a great chance for him to succeed in becoming a Gu Immortal. If Tai Bai Yunsheng becomes a Gu Immortal, then what stance should I take? How should I treat him? He Lu Lan pondered over this issue. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yunsheng will no doubt obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal Gu carries risk, forming calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze continuously flickered. For a mortal to advance to a Gu Immortal, there naturally were special risks. Gu Masters were like this, it applied to Gu worms too. Humans took in heaven and earth chi, fusing with human chi, the fusion of the 3 chi would lead to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Gu worms took in heaven and earth chi, and also would induce calamities and tribulations. It was hard for outsiders to interfere in the calamities and tribulations within one's own blessed land. Truyong Building could influence Tai Bai Yunsheng, but it could not influence the blessed land, the immortal aperture in his body. In other words, Tai Bai Yunsheng could only rely on himself. Fang Yuan suddenly looked at the sky. Regarding the sky of Imperial Court blessed land, in daytime, golden light glittered, while at night, warm silver radiance shone down. But right now, pitch-black scars appeared in the golden sky from which specks of starlight shone down. This was the night sky of the outside world of Northern Plains. The whole of Imperial Court blessed land began to tremble. Everyone started crying out in surprise and shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust which had almost dissipated condensed again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into Tai Bai Yunsheng's body non-stop, directly entering his immortal aperture like moths to a fire. What's going on? He Lulan was dumbstruck. What the hell happened? Yi Lui Sang held his head, shouting involuntarily. Too much heaven and earth chi were absorbed from imperial court-blessed land, its foundation was injured, thus it is revealing the outside world, in linking up with northern plains. Fang Yuan's mind shook, his gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunsheng to 88 Truyong building. He had guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by giant sun's will any longer. It lived up to its words. Chapter 610 The Key to Victory and Loss. Chapter 610 The Key to Victory and Loss. When a GU master advances to an immortal, their aperture will transform into an immortal aperture. The immortal aperture is a qualitative evolution of the aperture, it is like the creation of a whole new small world. Rank 6 and 7 GU immortal apertures were known as blessed lands. Rank 8 and 9 GU immortal apertures were called grotto heavens. If a GU immortal's lingering obsession was left behind when they died, it would combine with the heavenly power inside the immortal aperture and become the land spirit. Every immortal aperture is unique, it is a part of the GU immortal's body. In some ways, even if a GU immortal dies, the land spirit and immortal aperture that they leave behind could still be considered a strange form of life extension for them. Precisely because the land spirit is formed from obsession, it is rigid and not flexible. In history, there were many such cases. For example, if a GU immortal forcefully takes down a blessed land, but did not meet the requirements to become the owner, the land spirit would reject them. In the end, the land spirit may directly self-detonate, causing the GU immortal's efforts to be for nothing. Giant suns will forcefully sealed imperial court-blessed lands Frost Jade Peacock, this had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of anger in the latter. Now that he wanted to continue sealing it, Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was finally ignited. What is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension caused a loophole to form in the blessed land. Imperial court-blessed land is currently being exposed to the outside world. This is unbelievable, this has never happened in the past. This is bad, I have a very bad feeling. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone was shouting in fear, they were panicking and their doubts were spreading. In the sky, countless cracks were formed. The sky of the blessed land, which was silver and gold, had lots of cracks now. From these cracks, one could see the starry sky of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was still calm as ever. Imperial court-blessed land would not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart, regarding this he was extremely confident. In history, there were many cases of the land spirit suiciding, destroying the blessed land along with them, but that was not going to happen here. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, how could it be broken so easily? This was the hard work of a rank 9 GU Immortal, this setup covered the entire region of northern plains. 88 Truyong building was the biggest obstacle. If this was in the past, how could the land spirit cause such trouble? Except that now, Giant Sun's will had just awakened, he was caught off guard and had to waste time to resolve this mess. Meanwhile, the seal that imprisoned the land spirit had weakened drastically because of my Gruel Mud Immortal GU, this allowed the land spirit to struggle so violently. In his analysis, Fang Yuan could not help but internally praise Giant Sun's resolution and methods. He had used the chess piece Tai Bai Yunsheng, and with his limited methods, he managed to fight for precious time and allow the scales of victory to tilt towards himself. However, even though the land spirit cannot self-destruct, it could still do the most basic thing like absorbing its own heaven and earth chi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, the scattered tribulation cloud formed once again, and the calamity dust on the ground also started spreading. Large amounts of heaven chi and earth chi gushed out, they were about to form a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Wasn't it over already? Seeing this, Yi Lui Sang's eyes were wide open in shock. This is different from what is in the records. There is something strange going on with Tai Bai Yunsheng, why are there two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lulan was very confused as well. Even they had no idea, not to mention the others. Looking at the imposing heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity forming once again, many people were lost for words as they felt very worried regarding Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was ashen. Why is there still a heavenly tribulation forming? My inheritance did not state that this would happen. He was shocked and furious. Because not just on the outside, at the same time, the immortal aperture inside his body was also forming another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When a mortal GU becomes an immortal GU, it is like a GU master becoming an immortal. It is a dangerous process to make a qualitative change that defied heaven. When GU worms were refined into immortal GU, they would need to involve heaven and earth chi. This way, the corresponding heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would form. Being faced with trouble both internally and externally, Tai Bai Yunsheng could neither advance nor retreat. He could not attend to one problem while neglecting the other. His situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used the gruel mud immortal GU to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the fight between the land spirit and giant Sun's will. This immortal ascension had already gone out of his control. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were unaware of the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's intention. In a race against time, the land spirit could not compete with giant Sun's will, thus it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yunsheng. The heaven chi and earth chi were extracted by sacrificing the land spirit's own foundation. Its intention was to form the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity that would destroy Tai Bai Yunsheng. What benefits would the land spirit gain from killing him? This would involve the devouring of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures were not easy to devour and combine, but after ascending to immortal, the immortal aperture was a small world. Between worlds, they could be devoured and assimilated. There were great benefits to GU immortals. On TNT Mountain back then, Fang Yuan discarded a portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's territory, which were quickly taken by the other GU immortals. Swallowing other immortal apertures and strengthening one's own immortal aperture, there was much to gain from this. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yunsheng, after he dies, his immortal aperture would remain. It would then be absorbed and assimilated by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After devouring the aperture, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise, and the land spirit would become much stronger. This would be a great help for it to break through giant Sun's seal. In the sky, dark clouds were rumbling as lightning and thunder resounded. Countless purple lightning bolts formed into balls of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust settled down, exposing the bare earth. A crack formed on the ground. It was hundreds of meters wide, exposing red-hot flames from within. It resembled a desolate beast opening its bloodthirsty mouth. The flames rose up, forming many traces of restraining smoke as they gushed up. Chaotic lightning balls, restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The chaotic lightning balls not only had great power, they could even ruin the GU master's mind and will, inducing a chaotic effect. Restraining smoke could seal away the environment. As long as the GU master was trapped within, they would lose their five senses. Like falling into a maze or an abyss, they would not be able to get free. Chaotic lightning balls were not fast, but together with the suppression from restraining smoke, they were perfect partners and could unleash the greatest effect. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng's failure was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Holding the glass owner token in his hand, Fang Yuan tightened his grasp as his gaze turned dark. Still too weak, too weak. With my current strength, I am very heavily affected by circumstances. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls flew through the air, emitting a strange and shrill noise. They sounded like a woman screaming and crying at the same time. It was very painful to the ears. At the same time, the restraining smoke was rumbling, surging towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned pale. The chaotic lightning balls changed their directions randomly. Sometimes they traveled right, sometimes left. It was hard to dodge them. Furthermore, there were traces of restraining smoke around him, like he was in the middle of an ancient forest. If I come into contact with the restraining smoke, I'll be finished. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in my immortal aperture is also forming. Moreover, I have already lost my defensive GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng gritted his teeth. His gaze was shining with resolution. Risk it. His body gave off a shining light. Using several movement GU, his body flew into the air. The intense wind blew this old man's hair towards the back, showing an unrestrained demeanor. Shocked screams could be heard coming from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunsheng charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above him, there were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, he was like a moth flying towards a fire. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng seeking death? Yi Luisang frowned deeply. Good. He Lu Lan, however, gave high praise. Fang Yuan's eyes also shone. Restraining smoke might seem harmless without any attack power and could only trap enemies, but it held much greater threat than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng understood the situation and made the best decision. only to see that after he charged into the thunder cloud, countless lightning balls shot down like fish swimming in water. Bam bam bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng at all. He flew left and right, trying to find a survival chance in the barrage of attacks. His movement speed was fast at times and slow at others. He had great control over the situation. Amazing. What level of flying attainment is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hid himself too deeply. I only found out now. Everyone was overjoyed to find out that Tai Bai Yunsheng was a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng was skilled at using cloud path GU worms. Yi Lui sang praised. He was not very surprised at the display of flying. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing GU master. These years when he roamed northern plains, he had encountered many dangers. He had to have a secret ability in order to survive till now. In truth, most healing GU masters were either skilled in defense or movement. When these GU masters were nurtured, they were specially trained in this manner. That was because in the battlefield, healing GU masters were usually the first to be targeted. Many times they could not receive protection from their teammates. Thus, healing GU masters needed to have certain ways to protect themselves. As the #1 healing GU master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not skilled in defense. With his age, it is no wonder he has such flying attainment. He Lu Lan thought about this and turned his head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan seated on the Azure Wolf King's back, observing Tai Bai Yunsheng closely. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Chang Shanyan, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little Sparrow, you are really enjoying yourself. In Truyong Building, giant suns will laugh instead of raging. 88 Truyong Building was shaking intensely. The aurora was wavering in the sky as a huge pillar of light shot out. Immortal GU, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone around Tai Bai Yunsheng, piercing through the lightning balls and restraining smoke. Old Ancestor is really blessing Tai Bai Yunsheng. He struck once again. Amidst the shocked screams, there were jealous and envious people too. This is too weird. Tai Bai Yunsheng is not part of Giant Sun's bloodline. To think he could receive such blessings as well. Someone was suspicious. As expected, he struck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already become a crucial factor in the contest between the Land Spirit and Giant Sun's will. The Land Spirit wanted to harm him, while Giant Sun's will wanted to protect him. Chapter 611 Landscape as before. Chapter 611 Landscape as before. Luck Inspection GU. Fang Yuan's heart moved, quickly sending his primeval essence into the GU. The next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection GU, a rank 5 Luck Path Investigative GU, it could allow him to see luck despite its formlessness. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck now, his previous fiery red luck that was originally burning with a glowing red glow had shrunken by a bit. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was helping him, thus his luck was being expended. Now that he helped once more, Tai Bai Yunsheng has only a third of his initial luck left. Fang Yuan evaluated. Looking at his own luck, it was still the black coffin luck, as rich and dense as ink, and even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but quickly snickered to himself, looking at the people in the Blessed Land. The people who were watching Tai Bai Yunsheng ascend to Immortal Realm had changes to their luck as well. The overwhelming majority of the GU masters had unwittingly developed a small layer of black coffin luck. Except for He Lu Lan, he still had his unchanged profuse azure luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting. He quickly stopped using the luck inspection GU. When a GU master ascends, there would be endless heaven and earth chi. Using GU worms in such an environment would cause a backlash. If he forcefully continued to use them, both he and his GU worms would suffer injuries or even face death. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was swimming in the thunderstorm, flying through the crevices of the clouds, showing off his master-level flying attainment. His body had no more defensive GU, he was relying on his movement to evade the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope. He was in great danger. In order to avoid the earthly calamity of restraining smoke, he charged into the thunder clouds. This was a wise decision when weighing the two difficulties, but it was also a helpless choice. If not for the fact that I have green grape immortal essence, and can dilute it to form endless primeval essence, such an insane flying speed would have drained my aperture dry long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng was breathing roughly, his hair was in a mess and his body was feeling weak. The situation was getting more dangerous. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed directions and charged towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to evade it, but it was too late, he could only stare indignantly with a furious gaze. In the moment of crisis, a white light pillar shot over, directly hitting this chaotic lightning ball. The lightning ball quickly melted from the ray of light, turning into pure heaven chi. Divert disaster GU. 88 Truyong Building's help came once again, saving Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a GU immortal, I do not have any defenses on me. If I was hit by the chaotic lightning ball, I'd be heavily injured, the consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunsheng swallowed his saliva, feeling some lingering fear. After becoming a GU immortal, the foundation of his life had been elevated. If he was still immortal, a chaotic lightning ball could easily kill him. GU immortals, however, were tougher. Even without any defensive GU, they could endure over a dozen lightning balls without any problems. But the thing was, these lightning balls had special effects. After being hit, they would cause Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts to be chaotic. Once his mind is in chaos, he would not be able to think properly. At this crucial moment, as long as Tai Bai Yunsheng stops in the air for a moment, he would be attacked by countless lightning balls at once. If he was hit by these lightning balls consecutively, Tai Bai Yunsheng would have no chance to gather his thoughts, he would just be drowned under the endless lightning balls. Quickly look, 88 Truyong Building saved Tai Bai Yunsheng once again. That's right, this has already happened at least 10 times. With Truyong Building's help, it seems Tai Bai Yunsheng's tribulation will succeed without fail. Outside, everyone saw this with amazed and envious expressions. Such intensive assistance, will it really work? He Lu Lan's eyes were shining brilliantly, he saw the situation with a different perspective. In such an environment, when heaven and earth chi were rampaging, usage of any GU worm would create a huge backlash. Divert disaster GU was no exception. In the history of GU masters, there were many instances of GU immortals helping out during the tribulation, and eventually the backlash destroying their immortal GU. Except that most people were ignorant and did not know such secrets. Divert disaster GU is one of the foundational pieces of 88 Truyong Building. It is used for Imperial Court blessed land to divert away disasters. Without it, Imperial Court blessed land would face terrifying earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun's will would not sacrifice such a precious GU for Tai Bai Yunsheng. That means the reinforcement of Giant Sun's will is limited. What happens now is most crucial. It will depend on Tai Bai Yunsheng, whether he can quickly survive the calamity and tribulation in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, watching with growing tension. After all, landscape as before GU was one of his main goals in coming to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng's speed started to slow down. He was facing troubles both in his aperture and outside of it. The land spirit was causing him harm, while the calamity and tribulation was forming in his own immortal aperture due to his mortal Gu's ascension. This internal threat especially, it was taking away much of his attention, thus his reactions toward the outside world were getting slower. Suddenly, his body shook, completely stopping his movements. Immediately after, countless chaotic lightning balls flew towards him. Divert disaster light pillar was shining brilliantly, it burst out and surrounded Tai Bai Yunsheng. Now is the most crucial time. Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan, Yi Lui Sang and others could see clearly that this was it, their eyes were shining. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, bright light exploded, engulfing the entire small world. The aura of the immortal GU was spewing out like a fountain. In that bright light, an immortal GU was rising up slowly. It looked like a ladybug, it was fist-sized and had a jade body. On its round back, there were natural markings, half was of rivers and seas, while the other half was of valleys and mountains. So this immortal GU was created by combining river as before and mountain as before. It seems the effect is also the product of river as before and mountain as before, but elevated. Tai Bai Yunsheng analyzed. This was refined during the resonance of heaven and earth, it was not refined by him personally, thus, he was still unclear towards the effect of landscape as before. After looking at it for a few breaths' time, Tai Bai Yunsheng placed his attention on the most central area of the blessed land. Immortal GU landscape as before, it was not part of his goal, only an additional surprise. Now at the center of the blessed land, man as before GU had turned into a huge cocoon, but cracks were starting to develop on it. Dazzling rainbow light was leaking from the cracks, breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. As the thick cocoon vanished, a colorful butterfly fluttered into the sky. Wherever it went, rainbow light rained down, trailing behind the butterfly's path as a curvy rainbow was formed behind it. Success, immortal GU man as before. Ahahaha, Seeing this, Tai Bai Yunsheng was extremely happy. He laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many years of anticipation and worry, so many times he had fallen into grave danger, but at this moment, he obtained a perfect result. But his internal threat still remained. In the immortal aperture, the azure tribulation cloud was rumbling, forming a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail had turned into chi, fusing with the tribulation cloud. As for the ground, it started shaking, making loud sounds that resembled thunder, causing pain to the eardrums. The newly formed earth burst out with cracks. As lava spewed out of it, the smoke was thick as trees as the surroundings withered. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart shook. Facing both the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone at the same time, he felt an immense pressure. He placed his hopes on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come, he willed, as a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into the landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately flapped its wings, flying away like a flash of lightning. Everywhere it went, in the surroundings, the land returned to spring as the landscape was restored to normal, back to the moment before the earthly calamity struck. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart settled. With landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear towards the earthly calamity. Hiss. The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, making a shrill sound. It shot out abruptly, its huge body bringing along a draft of wind, as it pounced on the landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng was nervous. Although immortal Gu had huge capabilities, those which were not defensive Gu were usually fragile. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation would turn bad. Thankfully, landscape as before Gu was born from his aperture during the resonance of heaven and earth. He could control it like moving his limbs. Tai Bai Yunsheng had deep foundations accumulated in his life. He quickly mobilized landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. The silver horn green scale python behind him had attacked dozens of times. It destroyed mountains and rivers. The earth was pierced and rocks were sent flying as savage winds ravaged the land. Oh no! At this rate, Tai Bai Yunsheng was concentrating intensely. After a few breaths' time, sweat started forming on his forehead. His eyes were shut tight. His body was still floating in the air as the chaotic lightning balls crashed towards him. But thankfully, due to the divert disaster immortal Gu's light pillar, his body was protected. Tai Bai Yunsheng was unable to care about the outside world since long ago, but he had not forgotten his external threat. This terrible situation forced him to cut his losses decisively. 88 Truyong Building's reinforcement is limited, it might stop anytime. I can only do this with man as before immortal Gu in my possession. As long as I have time, there is hope. Cut it off. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted in his heart. Abandoning the territories to protect his headquarters, he gave up a portion of his immortal aperture. The sky began to cut apart. The blessed land was the foundation and base of a Gu immortal. Cutting off the blessed land was like self-mutilation. It reduced their own strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had no other choice. Just like how Fang Yuan survived the earthly calamity back in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he discarded a portion of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng also had to make such a sacrifice. The blessed land's sky was shaved off layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were all sent out of his body. Outside his body, it was imperial court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock joyfully chirped as it devoured these blessed land fragments, to increase its own strength. Giant Sun's Will shouted in anger. He was trying to protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, but the latter was now fueling his enemy's strength. Giant Sun's Will had to protect him, because if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be devoured by imperial court blessed land. Most importantly, divert disaster immortal Gu was already full of cracks. If he reinforced Tai Bai Yunsheng anymore, the Gu might get destroyed from the backlash. Divert disaster immortal Gu was one of the foundation pieces of 88 Truyong Building. It could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, it was similarly disadvantageous for Giant Sun's Will. At once, Giant Sun's Will fell into a difficult predicament. Chapter 612 Hoodwinking the Land Spirit. Chapter 612 Hoodwinking the Land Spirit. The sky in the immortal aperture started to peel off layer by layer. The dense tribulation clouds thinned out along with it. The devastating silver horn green scale python's body decreased to 1/10 of its original size, its might extremely weakened. The situation was taking a turn for the better for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Success is at hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were filled with tears when he opened them. The situation in the Immortal aperture was already stabilizing, and he had the room to pay some attention to the external crisis. The light of divert disaster was covering him, preventing the calamity and tribulation from touching him. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt gratitude from the depths of his heart. This is all thanks to 88 Truyong building helping me, otherwise I would find it difficult to even have a hope of succeeding The light of divert disaster suddenly dissipated. Tai Bai Yunsheng was caught off guard and was bombarded by the chaotic lightning balls, his mind immediately turning chaotic. He flew around in disorder, knocking into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls as he was unable to act for himself with not even a trace of reason left. Everyone was shocked, but before they could express it, 88 Truyong building burst out with an absolutely powerful absorption force again, directly capturing the hysterical Tai Bai Yunsheng. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice divert disaster GU and also could not let Tai Bai Yunsheng die. The best method was, of course, to throw Tai Bai Yunsheng out of the blessed land. Unfortunately, only Frost Jade Peacock could do that in this situation. Helplessly, Giant Sun's will could only use this inferior method. This was indeed an inferior solution. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust surged explosively, shrouding 88 Truyong building. Countless chaotic lightning balls crashed down like a violent storm, while restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial giant python, continually seeping inside. 88 Truyong building had brought in Tai Bai Yunsheng, thus becoming the target for the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, Giant Sun's will chose to forcefully resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How could this happen? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was brought into 88 Truyong building. How on earth does he deserve such assistance from old ancestor? This is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity we are talking about. They are extremely dangerous to Truyong building. Everyone looked on with stupefied and shocked gazes. Under the presence of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, using GU worms was asking to suffer backlash. 88 Truyong building was a rank 8 immortal GU house. In its essence, it was an integrated body of many immortal GU and countless mortal GU. And now, it was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure on it was already enormous. And because of the force of the backlash, the coordination between the GU worms had been affected. It was clear, this was by no means a wise course of action. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng had become a crucial key in the fight between Giant Sun's will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will, forced by the situation, could only settle for such a method. Inside 88 Truyong building, Frost Jade Peacock rapidly moved its wings, continuously dodging in between the gigantic trees. 5 immortal GU, with all kinds of flaming tails trailing after them, were pursuing and obstructing it. Frost Jade Peacock was not willing to be sealed again and used all its strength to run away. Gradually it lost its head and was unable to take the exact path, crashing into countless giant trees on the way. Under Giant Sun's will's control, Truyong building was a natural cage that could utilize the strength of any round, while Frost Jade Peacock was the bird in the cage. The giant trees turned into treemen, opening their arms to block it. Cow! Frost Jade Peacock screamed shrilly as it suffered damage. It tore apart the defense line of 3 old treemen, but its speed lowered greatly by this, and was caught up by a metal path immortal GU from behind. A golden stream of light rapidly flowed on its body. The golden light condensed into a thick golden shell wherever it touched, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock. Frost Jade Peacock sensed it could not budge in any areas covered by the golden light. It was instantly startled and furious. It hurriedly flapped its wings to increase its speed again. But the next moment, it was attacked by the second immortal GU. An intense sleepiness invaded its mind, causing its eyes to turn hazy as it felt an intense urge to sleep. Boom! It crashed down head-first onto the ground, unable to fly any longer. It had a premonition that its fate was to be sealed again. 2 rows of tears filled with grief and indignance involuntarily fell down from its eyes. Don't even think, Frost Jade Peacock mumbled to itself, trying to use all its remaining strength to resist. Although there was still the remaining power of immortal GU gruel mud on its body, the 2 immortal GU sealing it again were not restrained by gruel mud. Even if I die, I won't let you prevail. Frost Jade Peacock gave off an intense suicidal will, and disregarding everything, it drew out the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. And it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was born from a space path GU immortal, thus the Blessed Land's territory was vast, far surpassing any at an equivalent level. Later, it was developed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, becoming a top-notch blessed land and also obtaining the ability to transit between day and night. It could be said to be at the doorstep of transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could swallow the time path Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture, space and time could converge, which was the greatest supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was extremely likely for there to be a qualitative change which could allow Imperial Court Blessed Land to advance to a grotto heaven. If that happened, Frost Jade Peacock could break apart most of the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it could not suppress 88 Truyong building, it would have the power to expel it out of the Blessed Land. However, Giant Sun's will was truly too resolute and would rather suffer the damage from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only an obsession left behind after a Gu Immortal's death. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of its obsession, it was brave and unyielding. On the verge of being sealed again, it would rather be exterminated, and disregarding the consequences, it drew out large amounts of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court Blessed Land. These heaven and earth chi were like adding fuel to the fire. As they assimilated into the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the sky rumbled with lightning, the chaotic lightning balls immediately expanded tenfold in quantity, and the restraining smoke had even more changes, its body inflated and its dark color turned even deeper. Crack crack crack, lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely striking 88 Truyong building. Bursts of explosions sounded out. 88 Truyong building became filled with scars, the eaves of the tower collapsed piece by piece, and a crack even appeared on the outer wall. Restraining smoke turned into an even bigger problem, becoming a deadly smoke calamity. It was much more powerful and seeped everywhere on 88 Truyong building's surface, gradually dyeing it black. The pitch-black walls of the building seemed to have eroded for 1,000 years, as they started to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have become stronger. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. What is happening? Even the wind and snow from the outside world are pouring in. Everyone started shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted large amounts of heaven and earth chi, injuring Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation. If Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a strong house, now the tiles and bricks were taken out, only leaving behind the framework of the house. This caused countless holes to appear in it, connecting to the outside world. And the outside world of Northern Plains was currently experiencing the blizzard of every 10 years. Divert Disaster Gu was dormant, causing Imperial Court Blessed Land to suffer the invasion of the blizzard calamity as well. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a refuge. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in, the temperature quickly dropped as the heavy snowfall flew inside. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not too far away. Little Sparrow, look at what a big mess you have caused. Giant Sun's will shouted in annoyance. Blessed lands and grotto heavens would attract all sizes of calamities and tribulations in every set interval of time. The larger their fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. The great snow disaster that wreaked havoc over the whole of Northern Plains every 10 years was actually the calamity and tribulation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had 88 Truyong building and was also a peak-level blessed land with territory that was at the size of a small world. The fortune it contained was gigantic, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were extremely terrifying. Right now, Divert Disaster Gu was hibernating, while Imperial Court Blessed Land had connected outside to Northern Plains, causing the once-in-10 years blizzard to return into it. 88 Truyong building could forcibly resist the frenzied attacks of lightning balls, the invasion of the black smoke, but it was unable to contend against the blizzard that could wreak havoc over the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would erode and crumble apart due to the snow disaster. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88 Truyong building, but 88 Truyong building needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. There was one way to salvage this situation. That was to use Divert Disaster Gu to eliminate heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and turn them into heaven chi and earth chi. Making Imperial Court Blessed Land take in these heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation, and close the connection with the outside world of Northern Plains. Giant Sun's will could take the risk in forcibly activating Divert Disaster Gu. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land take in heaven and earth chi required Frost Jade Peacock's cooperation. Asking this little sparrow to cooperate is simply an impossible dream. Even if it was Giant Sun's will, this was a difficult problem. He helplessly thought of the only way, unless Frost Jade Peacock acknowledges a pair of new owners. Giant Sun's will did not know that Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture contained landscape as before Immortal Gu which could conveniently deal with this trouble. He thought of another Immortal Gu he had, false emotion fake will GU. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to acknowledge its owner was a couple who had true love for each other. However, nothing was absolute, even the land spirit could be hoodwinked. Giant Sun's will knew as long as he found two candidates to use false emotion fake will GU on, he could hoodwink the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize new owners. Once Frost Jade Peacock was controlled, each problem could be easily resolved. Moreover, this method was very favorable to Giant Sun's will. If a couple who had true love for each other became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what would Giant Sun's will do if this couple did not obey his commands? Instead of that, he would hold on to the initiative if he found two unconnected people to use false emotion fake will GU on and satisfy the requirement to become the owners. Because false emotion fake will GU contained Giant Sun's will, false emotion fake will GU was subjected to Giant Sun's will's control. Even if the two unconnected people were disloyal in the future, as long as Giant Sun's will still held false emotion fake will GU, at worst, he could once again select two new candidates. Little Sparrow, you are a long way from being able to fight with me. Giant Sun's will was shrewd and wise, inheriting some of the main body's intelligence, the seemingly desperate situation could not hold him back. With just some thinking, he thought of a way to resolve it. He immediately mobilized 88 Truyong Building's strength to inspect the candidates. Right now in Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was running away from danger here and there, with many casualties appearing. The situation was quickly worsening, it was so cold that one spit could instantly freeze into a piece of ice. The majestic blizzard was pouring in without any pause, tall and formidable snow monsters started standing up from the depths of the snow, selecting targets to devour. But this did not pose any difficulty for Giant Sun's will. 88 Truyong Building could plunder resources from the whole of Northern Plains, let alone two people that were right in front of it. These two people would naturally be those with Giant Sun's bloodline. Giant Sun's will soon selected two candidates who satisfied it. Heilu Lan's vision rapidly changed, he was at rank 5 peak stage, but he did not even have the strength to resist as he was absorbed into Truyong Building. Ah, save me, not far away. Ma Hongyun was still running frantically and did not realize the changes in his surroundings. Thud, he bumped headfirst into a giant tree in front. Don't tell me this kid was running with his eyes closed. Heilu Lan was speechless. Chapter 613 Identity Exposed. Chapter 613, Identity Exposed. Painful, painful, Ma Hongyun rubbed his forehead that had turned red, pouting as he got up from the floor. What is this place? He discovered that the blizzard had vanished without a trace, he was surrounded by a spring-like warmth, it was not a world of ice and snow, instead it was a vast ancient forest. Around him were gigantic ancient trees, hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen adults joining hands could not surround it. The ancient trees were very tall, and their lush leaves covered the sky, rays of sunlight penetrated through the small gaps, forming a tranquil scene under the shade. Compared to the outside world, this was practically a paradise. You are in the center of 88 Truyong Building. A voice suddenly echoed within Ma Hongyun and Heilu Lan's ears. Who is this? Heilu Lan's pupils contracted. Ma Hongyun cried out in fear, Ghost. He panicked and subconsciously ran to the side of Heilu Lan. Ghost, I am no ghost, if I could become a ghost, my affairs would be much easier to settle. Unfortunately I am merely a remnant will, inferior to even a ghost. Giant Sun's will gave a sigh, and suddenly in midair, golden speckles of light appeared. These speckles of light rotated slowly and suddenly condensed, transforming into an imposing body of light and shadow, similar in appearance to Giant Sun. Ah, you are, Ma Hongyun stammered, his finger pointing towards the will of Giant Sun in endless shock. Heilu Lan's pupils contracted, as the head of Hei tribe, he knew a lot. His complexion turned solemn and respectful, placing his hands on his chest, he spoke dutifully, descendant pays respect to ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun sighed once again, and said, I know the two of you are feeling confusion within your hearts. To make a long story short, this man broke into Truyong Building, undid the seal on the Frost Jade Peacock land spirit, and thus put Imperial Court Blessed Land on the brink of crisis. As he said that, the golden speckles condensed into the image of Chongshan Yin. Ah, it's Lord Wolf King. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized. It was actually him. Heilu Lan also could not help but cry out. But Giant Sun's will immediately continued, what you see is not his genuine appearance. As he spoke, the image of Chongshan Yin changed, gradually turning into Fang Yuan's true appearance. This is the true face of that person. Giant Sun's will spoke. Fang Yuan disguised himself as Chongshan Yin using the human skin GU. This GU was a mortal GU, it was able to deceive people like He Lu Lan, but it failed to deceive Giant Sun's will. Even though when Fang Yuan explored the true inheritance secluded domain in secret, Giant Sun's will was asleep. But within the 88 Truyong building, there were many GU worms that had recorded his actions. Seeing the true face of Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun were unable to recognize him. So it turned out that this Chong Shan Yin was merely a fake. To actually infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land, he is extremely daring. He Lu Lan let out a cold snort, sensing such a huge conspiracy, he could not help but be both startled and furious at once. He not only has guts, but he had also made ample preparations. Looking at the two methods he used to scheme against me, these are not something that one can accomplish on their own, there surely must be a larger force backing him. You two are my descendants. Truyong building has been infiltrated by outsiders and is in deep trouble, I now need your strength. Giant Sun's will spoke. He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun glanced at each other, both expressing their desire to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will spoke concisely, in a short period of time, he was able to give a clear explanation. So it was like this. He Lu Lan came to a realization, and was now able to understand why Truyong building helped Tai Bai Yun Shang. His heart jumped. Giant Sun's will's idea was for him to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner, that involved tremendous benefits. Imperial Court Blessed Land's ownership condition is special, the Blessed Land actually requires 2 owners. No wonder back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the sacred palace, he made it so that his Empress could stay in it. He loved his Empress very much, now it seems that the Empress also had half the ownership of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake will GU to deceive the land spirit, this is quite a good idea. But this kid, how could he be selected to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner alongside me? He Lu Lan's eyes sparkled, shooting a glance toward Ma Hongyun, concealing his deep disdain. Could it be that Ancestor Giant Sun thinks that he is an easier pawn to control? He Lu Lan's gaze trembled, with Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to do anything reckless. Differing from He Lu Lan, Ma Hongyun suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait a moment. Lady Xiao Yun and my wife Xiao Li are still outside, I do not want to be the owner of the Blessed Land, quickly let me out, I need to save them." Lady Xiao Yun naturally referred to Zhao Lian Yun. His wife Xiao Li was Chong Li. Originally, Chong Biao, in order to coax Ma Yingjia, allowed his adopted daughter Chong Li to be married off to Ma Hongyun, consequently turning her into Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sun's will seem to have taken a fancy to Ma Hongyun, he laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, caring for beautiful women, you are truly my descendant. Boy, once you become the owner of this blessed land, this will become your domain. Then, you will be able to have all the women you desire." Ma Hongyun stared blankly, before quickly shouting, "No, it's very dangerous outside, I have to go and save them both. No matter what this affair is, we can discuss it later. Release me outside, quickly let me go. Foolish boy, relying on your own strength, you can barely defend yourself, how can you defend other people?" Giant Sun's will laughed, "Be obedient and stay here, cooperate and become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. I will be the one to save your women." Giant Sun's will moved rapidly without delay, starting to act the moment he finished speaking. Great numbers of GU masters were in the Truyong building, and almost all of them were Giant Sun's descendants. These were his descendants, 88 Truyong building was built for their sake, as an inheritance for his descendants. Naturally, not all of his descendants had the aptitude to become GU masters, Giant Sun's will had not made a move to save those. Fang Yuan had a panoramic view of this scene. Giant Sun's will made a move, this time, many people were taken into the building. Within his mind, Mo Yao's will spoke. Fang Yuan sat still on the back of an azure wolf king, floating at a high altitude in the sky, gazing at the distant sacred palace. But it was a huge distance away from his original location. The power of the calamities and tribulations getting more fearsome, Fang Yuan, in order to avoid the disaster, could only retreat. In the surroundings of the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to increase in power, the area was already extremely dangerous. This frost jade peacock was putting in a last-ditch attempt, even the once in 10 years blizzard of the northern plains was attracted over. Now the sacred palace had mostly been destroyed, the broken walls scattered in the wind, its former splendor nowhere to be seen. 88 Truyong building was in a terrible state, it was wrapped in layers of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Inside it were the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while outside was the raging blizzard that was getting stronger. Giant Sun's will has already awakened, he definitely wants you dead, it's a blessing that he isn't targeting you now. He absolutely won't come and save us. We should retreat and return to Water Pavilion. Within Water Pavilion, there is some immortal essence that I have left behind in the past, you can use them to move the GU house. You can return to Central Continent, and when you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, you will receive more benefits than you can imagine, there is no need for you to take a risk here. Within his mind, Mo Yao continued to coax him. Things had already progressed this far, the entire Imperial Court blessed land had been affected, Giant Sun's will had already awakened, Water Pavilion was still hidden, while Truyong Building was suppressed by the heaven tribulations and earthly calamities, it was a great opportunity to retreat. Retreat. Fang Yuan's eyes were cold and detached, his line of sight turning towards the Glass Owner token in his hands as he sneered softly. He gripped the Glass Owner token tightly. This was a crucial trump card he had not expended yet. Central Continent GU Immortals left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the GU formation of Special Will GU, effective in dealing with Giant Sun's will. The second method was a sealing GU formation, which could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The third method was even more hidden but had greater power, it could temporarily expel Giant Sun's will from the Truyong Building. The Glass Owner token was the key to all 3 of these methods. Now, both the first and second methods were already used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger compared with the first 2 methods, it could be said to be a trump card. Especially at this moment, 88 Truyong Building was wrapped in heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, once Giant Sun's will gets temporarily separated from the building, he would definitely suffer the fearsome attack of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's plan was indeed mature and stable, but great risks come with great rewards. Meanwhile, in Truyong Building, Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun were brought into the building by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun. Lady Xiao Yun, my wife Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was jubilant, and dashed towards them. Husband, Chong Li was happy to have escaped danger, and threw herself into Ma Hongyun's arms. Zhao Lianyun also moved quickly towards Ma Hongyun's side, her face also full of joy from having returned from death's door, she lightly kicked Ma Hongyun's leg. Foolish kid, unexpectedly, you were useful for once. Ha ha ha, it's only natural. Ma Hongyun loosened his hug and cordially looked towards Giant Sun's will floating in midair, and expressed his gratitude, thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. For a moment, the entire forest shook. What's going on? Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun both turned pale. Alright, enough nonsense, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are getting more and more severe, eventually, even 88 Truyong Building will no longer be able to resist. You must become Imperial Court blessed lands owners as soon as possible. The complexion of Giant Sun's wills changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam, a group of large treemen moved slowly, each footstep they took sounding like thunder. The treemen lowered their waists, opening their branch-like palms, revealing the giant immobilized peacock. This is the land spirit of Imperial Court blessed land, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced, while at the same time, false emotion fake will GU flew towards the Frost Jade Peacock. He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun stood before the Frost Jade Peacock, as the false emotion fake will GU let out a yellow light that resembled a fog, gradually enshrouding He Lu Lan, Ma Hongyun and the Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 614 Otherworldly Demon. Chapter 614, Otherworldly Demon. Listen to my instructions. Hold your breath, be calm, be relaxed, and discard any superfluous thoughts, Giant Sun's will spoke in a pensive tone. He Lu Lan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chong Li stood to the sides and did not dare to speak. A light breeze blew, and the tree leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right. Suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he was amazed, shouting, "Look quickly, the peacock is alive," it actually shed tears. The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted, and the voice of Giant Sun's will stopped. He Lu Lan held his irritation, and angrily opened his eyes. He berated. Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. When the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be finished as well. Why do you care if it is shedding tears or not? Quickly follow the instructions. Oh, so, it's like this, my bad, my bad. Ma Hongyun was shocked by the black tyrant's anger, he nodded quickly. Concentrate, clear your mind, don't think excessively, this is the best way to display false emotion fake will goose power to its limit. Giant Sun's will continue to instruct. He Lulan closed both of his eyes and breathed gently. A light breeze blew, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of vegetation. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Ma Hongyun suddenly screamed. You despicable fellow, are you courting death? He Lulan clenched his fist, an immense rage was building in his heart, he was outraged and anxious. Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. Creating feelings between the two of us, I am unable to accept it. Ma Hongyun was afraid of He Lulan's terrifying aura, he whispered while being on guard against He Lulan, pleading with Giant Sun's will. You scoundrel! He Lulan gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist until they made cracking noises, his eyes revealing an ominous glint. Were it not for Giant Sun's will being right by his side, according to his brutal nature, he would have already sent a punch over, blowing Ma Hongyun's brains out. Idiot! Saving the blessed land is the most urgent matter right now. So what if you're both men? Just be free and relax, there will not be a problem. I will always support you. Zhao Lianyun called out. She was fearful of He Lulan, yet simultaneously her eyes showed some unexplainable excitement. That's right, husband, look at the big picture. I do not mind it, Chongli spoke softly in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, hey, this does not involve you so you can talk about it casually. Old ancestor, I have an idea, how about you let me and my wife do it? Our love is genuine and sincere, you can even save up on using the false emotion fake will GU. Ma Hongyun was straightforward, not giving much thought to the complex circumstances. As far as Giant Sun's will was concerned, not using false emotion fake will GU was out of the question. He Lulan's killing intent burst out, Ma Hongyun's proposal greatly encroached on his benefits, his anger was about to explode, almost reaching his limit, but he did not dare to attack in the presence of Giant Sun's will, he did not dare to flare up. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's proposal. Boy, you are too young, true love, is it so easy to find? When calamity strikes, all the birds fly in different directions, human couples are also the same. Do you think this young lady truly loves you? He. The words of Giant Sun's will made Chongli's complexion pale. Indeed, Chongli had never sincerely loved Ma Hongyun. Originally, she was looked upon as a political bargaining chip by Chongbiao and delivered to Ma tribe, intended to be used to form good bonds with Ma Yingjia, but in the end, Chongbiao died, and Chongli lost her backing. She could only accept her fate and stay by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun could cultivate to rank 3, becoming a Ma tribe elder. The resources he had available to him were incomparable to before, and as he also had Ma Yingjia's trust, he could provide Chongli with a good life. Ma Hongyun was to become one of imperial court-blessed land's owners, and since he was close to Chongli and Zhao Lianyun, Giant Sun's will began to investigate them. His investigative method was simple, direct, and effective. He separated a portion of his will, and ventured into Chongli and Zhao Lianyun's minds, looking over their memories and thoughts. With True Yang Building's support, along with the method of an immortal Venerable, Chongli and Zhao Lianyun were not even aware that, at this time, each of their secrets were rapidly being learned by Giant Sun's will. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Ma Hongyun pursed his eyebrows, he was foolish and brazen, while He Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, he dared to ask a direct question. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed a fool, boy. Your mind isn't that sharp, but it is excusable, I will now give you a lesson. This little wife of yours approached you with an ulterior motive, her adoptive father deliberately ordered her to come. Even your heroic action of saving this beauty was merely a show. Chongli's complexion immediately turned deathly pale and she trembled from head to toe. He Lulan was indifferent, he was already accustomed to these dirty political games. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, unable to believe this. Giant Sun's will then said, and there is also your little female companion, called Zhao Lianyun. She had matured young and gained some wisdom, she was forced by circumstances to had no choice but to be with you. From the very beginning she had looked down on you, only wanting to protect herself of course, now that you have grown stronger, she has gradually become dependent on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart went cold, her thoughts were exposed on the spot, making her feel extremely unpleasant, as if the clothes on her body had been forcibly stripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute anything. She wasn't a normal child, she was a transmigrator, the suffering she had experienced in this life had made her aware of the mystery and cruelty of this world. Suddenly, Giant Sun's will's words came to a stop, and his image in the air showed an expression of shock and fear with his eyes wide open. To think that. Giant Sun's will's tone changed abruptly, He stared at Zhao Lianyun with a hateful gaze, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyun's side. He, you have such guts, you are really daring. Unfortunately you met me. Giant Suns will exuded a strong killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? He Lu Lan was astonished, as it was his first time hearing this term despite his status and experience. He looked at Zhao Lianyun but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Ma Hongyun, no matter how stupid, could recognize something was wrong. He sprinted to the front of Zhao Lianyun, spreading both of his arms, protecting her behind his body. Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Suns will raised his tone, his expression becoming ice cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun, without her help, I would likely have been killed already. Ma Hongyun tried his best to defend Zhao Lianyun. Giant Suns will shook his head and sneered. He had no interest in explaining, yet for some reason, he had to explain, killed. Boy, you are a person destined to become a GU Immortal. Had she not helped you, there would definitely have been others who would have given you assistance. Otherworldly demons are enemies of the entire world, they are a huge menace. If we let them grow, the consequences would be unthinkable. In the past, there was an otherworldly demon who managed to grow successfully, the 5 regions were almost destroyed as a result. He Lu Lan's eyes widened. The words of Giant Suns were too sensational. Listening to his words, it seemed as if the otherworldly demons could rival rank 9 venerables. How was it possible? But the one who said these words was someone He Lu Lan had no choice but to believe. For a moment, He Lu Lan looked Zhao Lianyun in the eyes, killing intent emerging. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you must not harm her. Ma Hongyun was extremely determined, he wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked towards Ma Hongyun's lonely and powerless back, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demons were, but could surmise that perhaps it was related to her own transmigration. She forced herself to wipe her tears, the corners of her lips raising into a determined arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly defended her, disregarding his own life, she consequently must not implicate Ma Hongyun. She took a step forward, stopping in front of Ma Hongyun. She looked at Giant Sun's will, speaking resoundingly, you want to take my life, come and take it. Good. Giant Sun's will had a ferocious smile, killing intent boiling with no trace of sympathy. He was a huge will congealed by special will GU, the difference between special wills and other wills were that they could be given a special command by the GU master that would be triggered if specific circumstances were met. And Giant Sun's will, during its formation, was given a profound resolve by the main body. If it discovered an otherworldly demon, no matter the circumstances, killing the otherworldly demon must take priority. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. To have been able to restrain himself until now was already really remarkable. No, Ma Hongyun saw the situation going south, he shouted out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun within his bosom. Otherworldly demon, you deserve to die without pity. Giant Sun's will sneered, and started to make his move. Yet the next moment, his expression became rigid, and shortly after he faced towards the sky and bellowed, damn it. The roaring voice suddenly came to a spontaneous end, and the image of the will abruptly disappeared in midair. Giant Sun's will could sense a formidable, hard-to-resist force that pulled it outside of the 88 Truyong building. What is going on? What happened? No matter if it was He Lu Lan or Ma Hongyun, both stared blankly at the spot, surprised by the turn of events. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was still brilliant and mighty, how could he suddenly disappear? Outside the 88 Truyong building, the golden speckles of the majestic will envelop the entire Truyong building. Rumble. Large amounts of chaotic lightning balls bombarded in succession, the lightning balls could cause one to sink into confusion and in essence attacked wills. Giant Sun's will was restrained by the chaotic lightning balls, in no time the explosions put him in a tough spot, a portion of his will was damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke took advantage of the situation, swallowing up the pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will really was too majestic, though the outer shell suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the inner layer desperately tried to enter the building. 88 Truyong building, presided over by Giant Sun's will, was now an empty building, although the structure was intact, the GU worms stopped functioning. Like an army of soldiers suddenly losing their commander-in-chief, they can only rely on their instincts to act. At this moment, 88 Truyong building had become exceptionally fragile. Chapter 615 We are fellow apprentice brothers. Chapter 615 We are fellow apprentice brothers. You little pest, I will kill you. Giant Sun's will was naturally furious at being subjected to such a scheme once again. A portion of the majestic will was immediately sent flooding towards the distant Fang Yuan. However, this torrential portion of will was weathered down by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer, shrinking by 30%. And after being ground down by the outer layer's blizzard, it decreased by another 20%. By the time it approached Fang Yuan, it had already been reduced by more than half. This can only last for about 15 minutes. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to the rapidly approaching attack. His mind was cool as ice, as he silently estimated the duration of this third method. His thoughts moved while tightly clenching the glass owner token, and the next moment, he teleported inside 88 Truyong building. This was a feature of the glass owner token. Fang Yuan had been able to move in 88 Truyong building without anyone knowing of it, because of this. He appeared on an ice mountain, causing the torrential will to strike empty air. It was a scene of white, the icy cold wind brushed past his face. Grr. Three-eyed snow rabbits, at the size of adult men, with bulging muscles, drilled out from the depths of the snowy land, surrounding Fang Yuan in a few moments. This was the round that Tai Bai Yunsheng had been transported to in 88 Truyong building. The snow rabbits kept on appearing endlessly and soon there were tens of thousands of them glaring at Fang Yuan. Just based on close-quarter combat capability, these snow rabbits did not lose to winged wolves or turtleback wolves. Under the environment of ice and snow, their battle strength even surpassed ordinary wolves. The large numbers of wild GU living in their body further increased their ferocity. One had to spend a lot of time and energy to break through their obstruction. But Fang Yuan was in control of the glass owner token and did not need to use such a forceful method. His thoughts moved and the glass owner token gave a faint glimmer. The crowd of snow rabbits suddenly appeared to be at a loss, their killing intent instantly dissipating. Fang Yuan waved his hand and they dispersed in confusion, drilling into the thick snowy ground, and before long, they were gone. Fang Yuan was able to control many floors of Truyong building with the glass owner token. He had intentionally held back before and did not use up the quota completely, saving several uses for later. Right now, he used it and immediately obtained control over this floor. Without the obstruction of Giant Sun's will, he was this round's true controller and it was very easy for him to disperse these snow rabbits. Crack, a glacier split open, revealing a tunnel. The tunnel directly extended down the inner part of the ice mountain. Fang Yuan moved quickly in this tunnel and soon saw Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was sealed inside an ice block, seemingly in a deep sleep. He had been bombarded by chaotic lightning balls when he tried to pass the tribulations before, his mind sunk into chaos and he was not able to think. Thus, he was easily absorbed into the tower by Giant Sun's will. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, and moreover was a GU Immortal, therefore he could not be easily controlled. To prevent him from causing trouble and to seize the moment to handle the land spirit, Giant Sun's will took advantage of this to seal him here. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the ice block dissolved and Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly woke up. Chong Shan Yin, Tai Bai Yunsheng gradually regained his consciousness, he glanced around and recalled, before gazing at Fang Yuan. Although he found Fang Yuan's cruel way of doing things very repugnant, he was grateful at this moment. You saved me. Fang Yuan arrogantly smiled. If not me, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunsheng, do you know you are facing imminent catastrophe? Imminent catastrophe. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed, but he was a famed character and was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and lightly smiled at Fang Yuan. Please explain. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng with indignance and explained. I was ordered by Master to infiltrate into Truyong building and release the seals on the land spirit, to overturn Truyong building and take control of Imperial Court blessed land. Master gave me a glass owner token which can use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But something unexpected happened midway. You suddenly advanced to a GU Immortal and it was used by Giant Sun's will to weaken the land spirit, leading to the current peril. Did you think you were favored by Giant Sun's will? HMPH, he was only using you to protect Truyong building. Now that you have lost your value, you were sealed up, and if not for me saving you, you would definitely fall into the control of Giant Sun's will, and end up in extreme misery. What? Tai Bai Yunsheng's brows furrowed as he revealed a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words not only contained a lot of information but also were very impactful. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze flashing with a bright light as his brows furrowed deeper. I had been doubting why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will, but later absorbed into Truyong building and sealed up for no reason. Your words explain everything, but if so, who are you? Why did you save me? You might have released me from imprisonment, but it doesn't mean I will believe you unconditionally. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Who am I? Look carefully. He then took a step back and right in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng, he used a knife to slowly cut his skin starting from his forehead. A blood stain extended down to his stomach, following the tip of the knife. What are you? Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan chuckled, he then held the knife behind his head and cut downwards. Using his hands in turn, he cut down a long wound smoothly. The two long wounds soon exuded scarlet blood. An intense pain attacked him, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he started slicing at his arms, thighs and other crucial areas. His hand was steady as a rock during the whole process, his expression was indifferent as if the one being cut was not him but someone else, not expressing even a trace of pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a chill down his spine and took a step back, doubts forming in his mind. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk and his shock could not be concealed on his face. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth and peeling his skin off like stripping clothes. His movement was neat and efficient, there was almost not even an inch of skin remaining on his whole body. Like a blood monster, there was only a terrifying human shape with scarlet muscles and snow-white teeth left behind. Next, Fang Yuan activated Healing Ji. Under the emerald light, new tender skin started to grow over his body. The skin gradually covered all his body and after the emerald light dispersed, the one before Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan with his real appearance. Ah, so you were not Chong Shan Yin, but were just disguised as him. You, who are you? Tai Bai Yunsheng might have a benevolent character, but he was not foolish, he immediately realized the truth when he saw this scene. His heart was filled with extreme trepidation. Looking at Fang Yuan in front of him, he saw the appearance of an ordinary youth, but the presence he emitted was beyond ordinary, especially that pair of dark eyes, like an ancient lake with unfathomable depths. He was giving off the intense aura of rank 5 peak stage, his gaze as chilling as a knife's edge. Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen countless people and one look at Fang Yuan told him, the latter was a genius character who was lofty, resolute and did not fear any challenges. Even in all his life, the number of such people Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen could be counted with his fingers. Who am I? Fang Yuan chuckled, the corners of his lips curled up to reveal a smile, his expression was proud and vivid. His burning gaze looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone serious, containing an earnestness that made people want to subconsciously believe in them. My true name is Fang Yuan, I came to Northern Plains from Central Continent because of an important assignment from Master, we are fellow disciples. Fang Yuan, fellow disciple, shocked and astonished feelings attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind, what do you mean? HMPH, you don't even understand the meaning of fellow disciple. It means my master and your benefactor is the same person, our relation is of fellow apprentices. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed and his tone revealed some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan, he naturally understood the term, but he was not able to accept the great significance of it at this moment. After he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, an image appeared in his mind. It was an image of an old beggar. With disheveled purple-red hair, occasionally he was insane, occasionally he was in a stupor, but when he was clear-headed, his gaze revealed one who had experienced vicissitudes over time and an awe-inspiring aura manifested in him. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng had given the old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness. When the old beggar became clear-headed, he gave Tai Bai Yunsheng 3 GU immortal inheritances to choose from. The young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the third inheritance in the end. This was the most profound memory in Tai Bai Yunsheng's life and he had never forgotten it in all his life. Many times, he had recalled the old beggar's image. It was him who saved the lost Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng from his lowest point. It could even be said the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not have been the current Tai Bai Yunsheng. Master, Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled, he had always regarded the old beggar as his supreme benefactor. His whole body involuntarily trembled. He had tried to scout out the traces of the old beggar, and had never given up on this. But so many years had gone by and he had almost roamed the whole of Northern Plains without making any progress in his search. The old beggar was mysterious, suddenly appearing before disappearing again. Now when Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly heard of the news of his benefactor, his heart was filled with excitement, joy and naturally was even more in disbelief. Listen well. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunsheng and spoke bluntly, benefactor's name is Purple Mountain True Monarch, master has 6 great disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am ranked at 5th, I cultivate strength and enslavement path, both are from Gu Immortal inheritances. Purple Mountain True Monarch, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered over Fang Yuan's fabricated name like a treasure, his mind involuntarily thinking of the old beggar's disheveled purple hair. Master doesn't care about his appearance and likes to wander around, exploring the unknown. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him mention you and how he gave you 3 choices but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. HMPH, if it had been me, I would definitely choose the first inheritance, that fire path inheritance that could burn seas and mountains, it has such extreme power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning and regret, his expression was sincere and vivid as if this had really happened. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind shook. He had never mentioned this experience to outsiders. Fang Yuan, however, described the situation back then so accurately. He naturally did not know Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had landscape as before Immortal Gu recipe. Then, you are my apprentice brother. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze towards Fang Yuan was a whole lot different now. HMPH. Fang Yuan twitched his mouth in dissatisfaction. At most, you can only barely qualify as a disciple in name. Benefactor has actually taken in many disciples, but they cannot be compared to legacy disciples like me. But according to Master's rule, as long as a disciple in name can advance to a Gu Immortal, they can become his legacy disciple. According to ranking, you are my other 5th senior brother. Tai Bai Yunsheng's brows slightly furrowed. HMPH, what are you being proud for? It is only because of your Gu Immortal identity, that you are ranked ahead of me. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Wait till I become a Gu Immortal, with my enslavement and strength path dual cultivation, I will push you down and I will be your 5th senior brother. But looking at your elderly appearance, you clearly don't have much lifespan. I might not even need to become a Gu Immortal, I just have to wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's attitude was extremely rude, even revealing obvious resentment. This was where the brilliance of his plan lied. If he just spoke eloquent words and made a vow, that might not make Tai Bai Yunsheng believe him too much. But it was because his words contained an attitude of rejection and also deep emotions, that made Tai Bai Yunsheng quietly put down his guard and gradually choose to believe him. Tai Bai Yunsheng might be quite old, but his experience paled in comparison to Fang Yuan who had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Fang Yuan did not openly explain but using just a few words, he made Tai Bai Yunsheng interpret the whole story himself and see a glance of his master's origin. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered. Then, 6th junior brother. Fang Yuan immediately put out his hand. Don't call me that, I am not close to you. My task had been going smoothly but it was destroyed by you. Do you know how much time Master had spent to make all the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now, the situation has changed like this, how do I explain it to Master? You can just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not angry at Fang Yuan's interruption, instead a guilty feeling emerged in his heart. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, asking sincerely, then Fang Yuan, things have already reached this point, how should I help you to recoup the losses for Master as much as possible? Success. Spectacular, this is too spectacular, kid. You are truly insidious, tisk tisk, swindling a Gu Immortal to your side using just a few words. Mo Yao had all along been observing this, and at this moment, she could not help revealing herself in Fang Yuan's mind to praise him. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, on the surface however, he showed an unhappy expression. Hey, after such a long time, you have finally spoken sense. Master has a discerning eye, he did not nurture a thankless wretch. Knowing to repay kindness is a trait we should have. The situation right now is very bad, the crucial thing is there is not much time left. I have already used the 3rd method Master left behind, you must cooperate with me now. It will all depend on the 2 of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bowed. First use this. Fang Yuan grinned and tossed out a 15-year lifespan Gu. This. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed, an astonished expression appearing on his face at the sight of this lifespan Gu. Use it, you may have immortal Gu man as before, but that thing expends a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly end up dead at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan spoke viciously, with an indifferent expression. But Tai Bai Yunsheng instead felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous 500 years of life, Fang Yuan's grasp of the human heart was able to reach to pinnacle after experiencing many trials and hardships. This lifespan Gu, my glass owner token can control only a small number of the rounds. True Yang building only has a single lifespan GU, quickly use it, stop wasting time. But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not use it, he kept it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Until now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan GU in his hand had a scent of blood that was very familiar to him. What is going on with you? Fang Yuan acted furious, pretending not to know. There are reasons. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyelids drooped, he raised his gaze, looking at Fang Yuan with a determined look. All in all, don't worry, I can provide you the greatest assistance. Fang Yuan grabbed onto Tai Bai Yunsheng, gritting his teeth. Bastard, do you know that I disregarded the consequences in using the glass owner token just to obtain this lifespan GU? Tai Bai Yunsheng was silent, his expression was gentle as jade, but he was very determined. Fang Yuan's words made his heart feel great warmth, his last lingering trace of suspicion vanished like smoke. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to have felt Tai Bai Yunsheng's determination as he retracted his gaze. HMPH, if you did not become a GU Immortal and are also a legacy disciple, I would not care if you died. Alright, according to the details of your inheritance and your tribulation performance, you should have the Immortal GU landscape as before now, right? Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Yes, that is correct. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, his mouth cracked open to show his snow-white teeth, he did not conceal his joy. Very good, come with me. Saying so, a large number of Starlight Firefly GU flew out of his aperture. Oh, that's right, hold these two for me, put it on your aperture, I cannot bring them along. Fang Yuan tossed casually. Immortal GU, Tai Bai Yunsheng's pupils shrunk. A moment later, Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land using the Stargate. Chapter 616 Repairing Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 616, Repairing Dang Hun Mountain. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was already waiting before the Stargate, and when Fang Yuan appeared, she immediately jumped towards him and hugged his leg, rubbing it with her cute rosy cheeks. Hee, you have worked hard during these days when I was not here. Fang Yuan smiled warmly and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's fox ears shivered slightly, a blissful expression appeared on her face and her snow-white tail started shaking lightly behind her. This is a land spirit. So this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng stepped out of the Stargate closely after Fang Yuan, and was startled at seeing Little Hu Immortal. He had heard Little Hu Immortal addressing Fang Yuan as Master. Fang Yuan was only immortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. In history, there were some people who had such fortune. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He had luckily inherited Imperial Court Blessed Land when he was still just a mortal. And in his later cultivation journey, Imperial Court Blessed Land was of huge assistance. Haha, this blessed land's name is Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I seized it forcibly from several sects of Central Continent, under Master's order. Fang Yuan proudly replied. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze immediately changed. There was a difference between immortal and mortal, but right now, he was looking at Fang Yuan as an equal, asking, I would assume that the process of snatching this blessed land was very dangerous, right? Naturally, even now when I think of it, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but in the end, winner takes all, everything is just that simple. I obtained the blessed land, becoming the final winner. The greater the risk, the greater the profits. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, sighing inwardly, this profit is simply too immense. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a fallen GU Immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was akin to inheriting the GU Immortal's immortal aperture and cultivation resources. Simultaneously, the impression of Fang Yuan's audacious nature deepened by another level in Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. Master, who is he? His aura is strong. Little Hu Immortal sensed Tai Bai Yunsheng brimming with GU Immortal aura. She could not help but be tense, gripping on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and on guard. Relax, he is on our side, and is here to help us save Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Hu Immortal, take us to Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She trusted her master's words unconditionally. She immediately let down her guard and disappeared on the spot, taking Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng with her. The next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were teleported to the center of the blessed land, the location of Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had already been deformed completely from the corrosion of gruel mud. Only a small mound remained of the lofty Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Palace, which was on Dang Hun Mountain previously, had naturally been destroyed. Master, if you arrived any later, you would not have been able to see Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal said with a sorrowful voice. Fang Yuan lightly petted her head, then looked towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a smart man, and from this scene along with Fang Yuan's previous words, he could guess Fang Yuan's intention in bringing him here. He nodded towards Fang Yuan, before taking out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the surging aura of an immortal Gu filled the surroundings. This is, Little Hu Immortal's bright eyes opened wide upon this first encounter with landscape as before Gu. Landscape as before Gu was like a ladybug, it was the size of a fist and had the color of green jade. Its round shell was engraved with natural patterns, half of the patterns portrayed rivers and lakes that twisted and turned, flowing continuously, while the other half was of mountains and hills, precipitous and overlaid upon one another. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a soft shout. A bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a stream of light that instantly poured into landscape as before Gu. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with green jade light that soared to an extreme height, giving off a radiance that people could not look at intently. The light radiance covered the remaining Dang Hun Mountain. The corrosion of gruel mud on Dang Hun Mountain immediately paused under the illumination of the green light. Immortal Gu gruel mud's power was quickly neutralized and then vanquished. The green light gradually dimmed. Tai Bai Yunsheng then threw in another bead of green grape immortal essence. The green light brightened again, covering the devastated Dang Hun Mountain and continually cleansing it. The small mound-sized Dang Hun Mountain started to grow and strengthen at a visible speed under the radiance. Dang Hun Mountain is changing back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her little hands, prancing around happily. But the good scene did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered by 20% when the green light weakened again. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed slightly. What kind of mountain is this? It actually exhausted a green grape immortal essence. He was able to create 36 green grape immortal essence beads in his ascension to Gu Immortal. But later, using movement Gu crazily to dodge chaotic lightning balls expended one bead of immortal essence. Then in his own immortal aperture, to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity after the formation of immortal Gu, he had continuously activated landscape as before Gu to restore his aperture to its previous condition, spending 3 whole beads on it. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a clear understanding of how precious immortal essence was. Now he had just started to restore Dang Hun Mountain but had used up 2 beads of immortal essence. At this rate, he would have to at least expend 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard the name, his expression underwent a great change, his eyes opened wide and he spoke with a shocked tone. Could it be? It is indeed the one and less than the legends of Ren Zhu greater than, how could there be another Dang Hun Mountain? Fang Yuan laughed. To think I would actually be able to see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the sacred land of soul path cultivators that spectral soul demon Venerable had praised endlessly. Tai Bai Yunsheng was extremely moved as he kept on exclaiming in admiration. It was the first time even for him to witness a thing of such legend. When he glanced at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze had another subtle change. He did not say anything else but quietly used a 3rd bead of immortal essence to maintain the activation of landscape as before Gu. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% before the green light dimmed. Tai Bai Yunsheng used a 4th bead, then a 5th bead and finally a 6th bead before Dang Hun Mountain fully recovered. It is truly Dang Hun Mountain, requiring 6 whole beads of green grape immortal essence to recover completely. Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled while looking at the tall mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificently beautiful, ordinary mountains could not even compare to it. It was a pink crystal mountain, emitting an unforgettably dreamy radiance. Master, Dang Hun Mountain's disease has been treated. Little Hu Immortal's eyes had turned red, sob. She cried tears of joy, before lowering her head and using her delicate little hands to wipe the tears. Fang Yuan also let out a breath of turbid air when he gazed at Dang Hun Mountain. Now, the objective for infiltrating into northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of effort, taking risks in the battlefields, disguising, racking his brains to scheme, they were all not in vain. At this moment, a soaring fire burned in Fang Yuan's heart. This burning fire had a name: ambition. Restoring Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There were still opportunities left in Imperial Court-blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was expelled out of the tower, 88 Truyong building had become akin to an ownerless object. Even if false emotion fake will Gu was an immortal Gu and was difficult to capture, Fang Yuan had used his silver tongue to obtain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust, succeeding in roping in the crucial battle power that could influence the situation. When the time comes, using a Gu Immortal's will, Forcefully refining false emotion fake will GU was not an impossible matter. Let's go, back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan came and left just as quickly, with Tai Bai Yunsheng in tow. Before leaving, he handed Burial Soul Toad to Little Hu Immortal. Burial Soul Toad was a storage GU used to store souls. There were souls of humans and beasts, and they had mostly been gathered by Fang Yuan from the battlefields. These would turn into large numbers of guts GU through Danghun Mountain. When they returned to 88 Truyong Building, the Starlight Firefly GU supporting the Stargate were already spent by over half. Fang Yuan quickly stored what remained into his aperture. It was extremely difficult to accumulate Starlight Firefly GU. The current amount could only support one more activation of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yunsheng was deeply moved. In this trip, he had directly gone from Northern Plains to Central Continent and back to Northern Plains from Central Continent. It was truly a travel disregarding distance. He felt like he was free to go anywhere in the world. Tai Bai Yunsheng had only heard of Whole Earth GU and Connecting Heaven GU in methods that could allow one to connect between blessed lands and grotto heavens. He had never heard of the method Fang Yuan used. Probably only people like Sixth Junior Brother are worthy of such mystical methods. Maybe this was imparted to him by Master. Tai Bai Yunsheng trusted Fang Yuan even more after the trip to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was only immortal at the moment, but he possessed a blessed land. This by itself was sufficient to prove many issues. Danghun Mountain's magnificent scene was even more deeply imprinted in Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. Seeing is believing. Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to believe it. Fang Yuan first revealed his true appearance, then used Lifespan GU, revealing secret information to obtain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. Fang Yuan had also resolved the doubt in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart, why Truyong Building had helped him endure the tribulation for no rhyme or reason. Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed to Tai Bai Yunsheng were almost all true, except the lies at the crucial points. 9 truths and 1 lie, the lie would eventually become the truth. Especially when this lie involved the deepest secret of Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng had never revealed it to outsiders while Fang Yuan knew it by soul searching. Among all these, the true marvel lied in Fang Yuan grasping Tai Bai Yunsheng's psychology completely. Tai Bai Yunsheng had been feeling extreme guilt after betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He denied the value of his own existence. Under stimulation, he went through GU Immortal Ascension and even charged towards tribulation, thinking of ending it all. But when he successfully passed the tribulation and became a GU Immortal, he stood at a whole new height, looking at a different scene. His mind came back to life, and after passing the tribulation with much difficulty as well as getting his immortal aperture blessed land, he did not want to die anymore. He wanted to make a fresh start. But he had an unresolved matter tugging his heart. He needed hope, he needed acknowledgement. Tai Bai Yunsheng himself was not aware of this psychological need. But Fang Yuan was aware and gave him this acknowledgement. Fang Yuan's acknowledgement, in a certain way, represented his master's acknowledgement. And Tai Bai Yunsheng respected his benefactor deeply. His master's acknowledgement made him feel there was value in him being alive. A mysterious force and a completely new environment attracted his interest. He had been at the peak of mortals and had experienced all that the mortal world could provide, but in the journey of immortals, he was a child that had just begun to move. The 15-year lifespan GU was in his pocket. He was no longer worried and guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything and there were not many pieces of evidence he could contest, but even more importantly. In the very depths of his heart, he wanted to believe in Fang Yuan. Every single person who was cheated, was it because they were stupid? No, it was only because they wanted to believe in it from the depths of their heart. Here, your immortal GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng tossed fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom GU to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nonchalantly accepted them. This casual attitude towards immortal GU caused another ripple in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart and trust. But he received a great shock when Fang Yuan brought out the glass owner token, as at the next moment, he appeared in another round. Tall and ancient trees were everywhere. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were within a dense forest. Roars and howls interlinked together, giant trees pulled out their roots and stood up, turning into tall treemen. Within a few moments, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were surrounded by treemen one after another. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a grim expression. One treeman was nothing to him, but the number of treemen here was extremely astonishing, and to completely exterminate them would require him to pay a significant price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly waved his glass owner token, and this round immediately became under his control. The treemen stopped moving forward, their killing intent gone as if it was never there. While Tai Bai Yunsheng was wearing a stupefied expression, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly teleported in front of He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun. There was already an enormous change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun turtling up under its wings. Surrounding it were layers after layers of treemen unfolding mad attacks. He Lu Lan was fighting nearby with false emotion fake Will Ji Yu resting on his shoulder. He blocked the attacks of the treemen while also launching attacks at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun at the same time. But these attacks were blocked by the light barrier from Frost Jade Peacock before they could even reach their targets. Lord He Lu Lan, you are also being attacked by the treemen, your situation is the same as ours. We have neither hatred nor grievance between us, why must you try to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lu Lan snorted. Didn't you hear what old ancestor said? Your girl is an otherworldly demon with a mysterious background and will be a cause of endless disasters, she must be eliminated. Who knows if she and the Chongshan Yin impersonator are on the same side. Old ancestor was about to attack her just earlier, but suddenly disappeared due to some mishap. You have Giant Sun's bloodline, you are a person of Northern Plains, you are actually not able to distinguish right and wrong, you dare to shield an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon that you all claim, she is innocent. Lord He Lu Lan, don't waste your strength in vain, we have already received the land spirit's recognition, with the land spirit with us, you can't kill us. When Giant Sun's will was thrown out of the tower, this round did not have any controller and operated by itself. The treemen treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and others as challengers challenging the round. He Lu Lan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun in place of Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun was ready to give up his life to save her, which strongly shook Zhao Lianyun's heart and she started feeling true love for him. Ma Hongyun had already treated Zhao Lianyun with earnest feelings, the two loved each other, and the land spirit acknowledged them as its masters by its own accord. In this dangerous situation, the land spirit raised a defensive barrier around them, protecting them from the fatal attacks of the treemen and He Lu Lan. As for Chong Li, she had already died miserably under the attacks of the treemen. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared on the crown of a treeman, observing the battle situation. Ma Hongyun he actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. HMPH, this kid's dogshit luck is truly powerful. Fang Yuan mumbled with a complex expression. You know him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was somewhat astonished as he had not thought the Grand Fang Yuan would actually recognize this rank 3 initial stage minor character. It is you. He Lu Lan quickly sensed the distant Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. His eyes opened wide as he swiftly jumped back like he was facing a great enemy. His eyes twitched and his heart had already sunk. Giant Sun's will had suddenly disappeared, and the mysterious man impersonating Chongshan Yin appeared with Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng standing beside him, and the two seemed to have a very close relation at that. This was extremely unfavorable to He Lu Lan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The defensive barrier raised by the land spirit was shrinking constantly as it was attacked by the innumerable treemen. His and Zhao Lianyun's sight were blocked by the dense amount of trees and leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked calmly while casting a glance towards the gloomy He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan sneered. We need Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock's strength to topple Truyong building. Frost Jade Peacock might have already recognized its masters, but because Giant Sun's will is not present, the seals on it are not being manipulated and it is barely surviving. Most of its strength had already been sealed again. The defensive barrier is also on the brink of collapse and simply won't be able to block me. I will go kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go deal with He Lu Lan and seize the false emotion fake Will Gu. I trust that it won't be a problem with your Gu Immortal battle strength. Let's move, we don't have much time. Immortal and mortal are vastly different, it is just like a wide chasm separates them. You don't need to worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng lightly smiled, moving elegantly towards He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan directly shot forward towards Ma Hongyun. The surrounding treemen followed him under his control. Such a pity Ma Hongyun, I originally wanted to use you as a key to control the events of the future. But who told you to block my way? No matter how good your luck is, your death is certain today. The brimming killing intent in his heart surfaced as a malevolent smile on Fang Yuan's face. Chapter 617 The Reason for Overwhelming Fortune. Chapter 617 The Reason for Overwhelming Fortune. Bam bam bam. 3 10-meter-tall treemen raised their hammer-like fists as they attacked time and time again, crashing on the light barrier. Frost Jade Peacock cried out sorrowfully. Its huge wings were sealed by gold, only the land spirit's head was still exposed. My masters, I cannot hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, its long eyelashes trembling slightly. The light barrier was getting weaker, and under the treeman's endless attacks, it was on the brink of collapsing. What was more scary was, Fang Yuan was closing in. Imperial court-blessed land was already in bad shape, and the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, was sealed. The remaining strength of the barrier was not a problem for Fang Yuan, he could break through at any moment. The fatal threat had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun still had no idea. Even though they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating them. Zhao Lianyun was silent and did not speak, she hid in Ma Hongyun's arms as she shut her eyes. After all, she was an ordinary woman. Ma Hongyun continually comforted her in a soft voice, even though he felt no hope himself. It's over. Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, stepping on twigs and branches as he entered the innermost layer of the treeman encirclement. But just when he was about to execute the finishing blow, as he was charging, Mo Yao shouted in his head, This aura. Wait, stop quickly. What is it? Fang Yuan's momentum was lost, he stopped at a high area on a tree as he asked in suspicion. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his head, he had never felt such intense emotions from her before. At this moment, Mo Yao showed herself in Fang Yuan's mind. She had tears all over her face as her slim body was shivering, she was muttering, this aura, there's no mistake, there's absolutely no mistake. This is the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, as he immediately recalled. Mo Yao had researched deeply about 88 True Yong building in her lifetime, taking a huge risk to enter the True Inheritance secluded domain for her lover Bo Cheng. Her original motive was to obtain the supreme True Inheritance of Luck Path, she wanted to steal the fortune rivaling heaven Gu in it. But in the end, she only succeeded partially. As she spent a lot of effort and exerted all her strength, she was able to create a crack in the Luck Path True Inheritance. However, fortune rivaling heaven Gu flew into this crack and vanished into thin air. But Mo Yao did not return empty-handed, she obtained a portion of the Luck Path Inheritance's details. Combined with her Refinement Path Grand Master Foundation, she eventually refined Calamity Beckoning Gu. But Calamity Beckoning Gu was inferior to Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu, Mo Yao used it to help Bo Cheng with his tribulation, and in the end both of them died. Eventually, Fang Yuan found Mo Yao's inheritance and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu once again, accepting Mo Yao's request to return the rank 7 Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Now, Mo Yao felt the aura of Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu. This was a crucial immortal Gu that she had failed to obtain after spending her entire life and putting in immeasurable effort. It was understandable that she had become so agitated and emotional. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu's aura is on this lad. I can't believe it. I, Mo Yao, spent my entire life and nearly died in the secluded domain, but eventually the fortune rivaling heaven Gu escaped and this mortal lad got it by chance. Is this life? Mo Yao raised her head and sighed, as she laughed and cried, her tone was extremely dejected. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes glowing with cold light. He asked in his heart, that means fortune rivaling heaven Gu is currently on Ma Hongyun. Can you confirm that? Of course, I can never forget the aura of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao replied unhesitatingly. She continued and said, fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a one-time expenditure rank 8 Gu. It is formless and ethereal, being in essence a lump of luck, it is extremely difficult to capture with ordinary methods. Back then, my main body could not capture it, thus it managed to fly away from the scene and vanish without a trace. Even True Yong building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains, roaming until it landed on that lad. So it is a one-time expenditure Gu, Fang Yuan was extremely disappointed. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the greatest treasure in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance, it had extremely great value. Fang Yuan was unable to gain benefits in the True Inheritance secluded domain, but if he could take fortune rivaling heaven Gu away from Ma Hongyun, that would be the best. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling heaven could only be used once before it vanished. Fang Yuan, you have to be careful. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is extremely special. Back then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had fortuitous encounters endlessly, time after time he would turn disasters into blessings, he unceasingly had great luck, and he relied on this Gu to a great extent. Ma Hongyun is affected by fortune rivaling heaven Gu, he is a true child of luck. His luck could be said to be ranked at number 1 in the 5 regions. The luck that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had back then would very possibly be replicated in him. Although luck is formless and ethereal, it is a part of strength and cannot be underestimated. Mo Yao quickly said anxiously. I know what to do. Fang Yuan held in his killing intent, his expression turning cold as he stopped on the tree branch, not attacking abruptly. He looked down from above, at Ma Hongyun and others, allowing the treemen below him to attack. Actually, the two were not too far from each other, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. This showed how weak the land spirit was right now. It was obvious at one glance that the two sides had great difference in strength. It seemed that victory was in sight, and killing Ma Hongyun was extremely easy. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu immortal, his vision surpassed mortals. He understood. These so-called paths, wisdom path, refinement path, metal path, time path and others, they looked like they were combinations of complex series of Gu worms gathered together, but in actuality, they were the deciphering of one's understanding towards heaven and earth, towards the mysteries of the universe. Luck path was the same. Based on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's example, one could see that luck path, even compared to other paths, could more deeply explain the mysteries of heaven and earth in some aspect. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun, he had always been vigilant towards him. Because his previous life's memories made him understand how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun became the pillar of northern plains, the leader that resisted the attack of central continent Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was killed by the barrage of Gu immortals, he was still growing and developing. Fang Yuan knew about Ma Hongyun's growth, and now he finally understood the origin of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven Gu. And the cause of all this was Mo Yao who was residing in his mind. Luck did not have any physical form, and it could not be touched, but Fang Yuan knew the ability of this mystical power. No wonder Giant Suns will purposely chose He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun as the people to become the land spirit's master. He Lu Lan is the strongest person among his bloodline descendants, while Ma Hongyun had fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the power of a rank 8 immortal Gu protecting him. A rank 8 immortal Gu, only inferior to rank 9, such as the wisdom Gu and strength Gu of legends. It had absurd and unimaginable strength, anyone who underestimated it would face a pitiful end. Fang Yuan was only a mortal, back then in the true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Qi Gu, not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in all his experiences, when did he ever suffer a true loss? Every time, he benefited from difficulties and had endless fortuitous encounters, all those who wished to harm or kill him faced a terrible end. Although every time he did not personally take action, but there would always be an external force or accident, along with a series of small coincidences, all of these added together to form a shocking power. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Earlier, Giant Sun's will wanted to exterminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun protected her with his life. This was as if Giant Sun's will had become an enemy of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to strike, Fang Yuan appeared, pulling out Truyong building and causing the heavenly tribulation to strike him. Even Giant Sun's will fell prey. Fang Yuan looked at this from another angle and was shocked. I have the glass owner token, I can check the situation inside the entire 88 Truyong building. Why did I not strike earlier? Actually, it was completely unintentional. Or maybe I heard that Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon and wanted to protect her. I was curious and wanted to investigate this. Fang Yuan recalled the scene. Giant Sun's wills was expelled from Truyong building, he could be said to be the culprit. But the timing was too coincidental, it allowed Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to escape death. If I suddenly attack Ma Hongyun, would I be like Giant Sun's will an outside force intervene, or will an accident occur? Fang Yuan grabbed his glass owner token, considering his plans again. Wait, Fang Yuan thought about it again, what I've heard on this matter was only Mo Yao's statement. It seems to be credible, but what if she lied to me due to some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his heart. Strange, earlier when I used luck inspection Gu, I observed the luck of everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun had the fortune rivaling heaven Gu, why did I not discover it? I could only see that the two with the highest luck were He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Shang. Mo Yao seemed to have predicted this question, she immediately answered, what's so strange about this? Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a rank 8 immortal Gu, your luck inspection Gu is only a rank 5 mortal Gu, an investigative Gu that can allow a Gu master to see luck despite its formlessness. How can a rank 5 investigative GU discover the luck created by a rank 8 immortal GU? If I cannot see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's influence on him? Fang Yuan did not relent, he continued asking. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed, immediately answering, there is a method to make sure. That is to use investigative GU and check your own luck. Every time you act against the child of luck, because of the mutual influence between luck, your luck will become bad, or even worse. If you do not believe me, you can check it that way. Time was limited, Fang Yuan immediately used luck inspection GU. His vision changed abruptly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's luck were rather tiny, they were the same as ordinary people. Meanwhile, there was a massive black luck, almost 300 meters tall, high enough to pierce heaven and earth. Chapter 618 Great Strength True Martial Physique. Chapter 618 Great Strength True Martial Physique. This black luck aura was so dark that it reached the point of being extremely oppressive. The coffin-shaped aura was tightly covering Fang Yuan. Since an unknown time ago, the black aura on Fang Yuan had become much larger and much deeper. Far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were engaged in an intense battle. The luck aura of the two were exceptionally clear. Above He Lulan was still the azure luck aura that gave a lasting feeling like a towering tree. The luck on Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, was smaller than before, not even 1/6 of the original amount. It was no longer the bright burning red cloud, instead it was the shade of heavy evening mist that almost looked like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan moved his sight back to above him and started testing like Mo Yao said. Just like Mo Yao said, whenever he thought of attacking Ma Hongyun, the black coffin luck on him enlarged a little and its dark shade seemed to become even gloomier. Fang Yuan, you should leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. The black coffin luck on you right now is too dense and too frightening. Your life is under great threat now. Don't underestimate luck just because it is ethereal, just think of giant sun immortal Venerable's unrivaled powers. You are deep in danger right now, the black coffin luck has not worked its magic yet, but the karma will hit you eventually, it is only that the time is not ripe yet. Mo Yao continued to persuade Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan coldly snorted and replied with a resolute will, asking me to retreat. Being scared off by merely bad luck. Hee, how could that be possible? He narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly curled up, revealing his snow-white teeth as he looked down from the cover of the treetop. No matter how bad the luck becomes, it cannot attack me directly. It will need to rely on external influences to kill me. Right now, at this moment, at this place, I want to see who can obstruct me. Killing intent surged and bubbled in Fang Yuan's heart. He believed in the power of luck path, but he believed in himself even more. He needed to kill Ma Hongyun. He had to try. If Fang Yuan cowered just because of luck, would it conform to his style? Ordinary people would feel regret after facing the consequences, but Fang Yuan would not feel any. Have you gone crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal GU. Mo Yao screamed when she felt the dense killing intent in Fang Yuan. He, precisely because the enemy is this strong, the battle would be even more interesting, wouldn't it? Fang Yuan instead laughed freely. Right now, he no longer had short hair of Chongshan Yin, but had long black hair that fluttered freely with the wind and his countenance revealed a crazed recklessness. He was never against bullying the weak, but even more than that, he had the bravery to fight the strong. How could one obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he did not stake it all at this moment, then when should he? Fate teases the turbulent sea, cowardly insects avoid waves and flow along the current. A brave man does not need much wisdom, there is not regret or pain even if his body crumbles. Fang Yuan mumbled before restraining his crazed mood, his expression turning tranquil. Updated by novel full. Calm. Lunatic, you have gone mad, Mo Yao continued to mutter. Right now, Fang Yuan's killing intent had accumulated to the peak. The black coffin luck aura above him subsequently inflated, expanding by 3 times within moments. Let me see who will save you. Fortune rivaling heaven GU, let me look at your might. Fang Yuan made a motion to attack. Boom, an explosion occurred, the majestic wind current it created formed into a strong gale that pressed on from a distance. He Lulan was standing unstably, while Tai Bai Yunsheng got up from the crater, fresh blood flowing from his mouth. He looked at He Lulan who was floating in the air, shock apparent on his face. You are actually. Before he finished his words, He Lulan charged at him again. Boom, ground shook and dust surged everywhere. 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered the answer in place of Tai Bai Yunsheng. He had never imagined He Lulan to actually have the 10 extreme physique. And from the looks of it, it was extremely likely to be the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Several breaths later, a shadow flew out from the dust. It was Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His hair was a mess, dust covered his face, his chest was caved until it revealed the deathly white bones. Blood sprayed out like a spring. But a green light soon covered his body and the blood flow immediately stopped. The heavy injuries on his body also quickly recovered. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had exchanged intel back at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And he knew Tai Bai Yun Sheng possessed two immortal Gu, landscape as before Gu and man as before Gu. However, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was clearly not using the immortal Gu man as before, but instead ordinary healing Gu. Immortal Gu man as before required immortal essence to be activated, and had extremely great effects, but it was not easy to gather immortal essence. Thus, unless as a final resort, Gu immortals would not easily use immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng, you are a grand Gu immortal but are afraid of me, immortal. A roar shook the sky and earth. He Lu Lan flew to the sky and started hunting down Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Such an intense 10 extreme aura terrifying. He Lu Lan not only has the 10 extreme physique, he is also already on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan was able to decipher many details right now. Back then at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had relied on Bai Ningbing's northern dark ice soul physique to cross realms and fight a strong enemy, and overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing was only rank 3 back then. As the 10 extreme physiques cultivation increased, the power of their self-detonation would increase sharply by many times. The self-detonation of the rank 5 peak stage He Lu Lan would be beyond compare, so terrifying that even killing Gu immortals would not be a problem. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a bitter expression on his face, with not even the slightest battle intent. Previously, He Lu Lan's 10 extreme physique was sealed by immortal Gu dark limit, not leaking out even a trace of its aura. Now that he had torn off the seal, his majestic aura would cause terror to emerge in one's heart. He was now a large human-shaped bomb, who would dare to approach him? What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yun Sheng had just advanced to a Gu immortal, wouldn't it be injustice if he was killed by the desperate He Lu Lan in his impending death? I had never thought He Lu Lan would actually have great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. And he has actually managed to grow to this extent. Tai Bai Yun Sheng fled with astonishing speed. He was a flying master and his cloud path Gu was also one of the better movement Gu. He Lu Lan was hunting him down from behind but could only look helplessly as the distance between them increased further and further. Rumble. He Lu Lan was furious, suddenly throwing a punch. This punch had terrifying momentum as it directly broke the sound barrier and burst the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi suddenly flew out, forming into a strength path phantom figure. Fang Yuan had also attacked with many beast strength phantoms back in southern border, but the phantom that He Lu Lan summoned was not beast-shaped, instead it was human-shaped. And this human strength phantom was a vivid image of He Lu Lan. The obese body like that of a bear, the jagged snow-white teeth that were like daggers. A pair of triangular eyes which flashed with malevolent glint. It was truly a second He Lu Lan. Even if I combine all the beast strength phantoms I used back at southern border, they might not be the human strength phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary judgmental ability and immediately saw the extremely high battle strength that this human strength phantom possessed. It was full of spirituality. Once it was summoned, it could chase the enemy of its own will. This was the strength of rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. Simply terrifying, but how powerful this strength was, Fang Yuan could not estimate it easily. Unless he personally went to battle and experienced it for himself. But he was sure this terrifying battle strength had already surpassed mortal realm. It could even be said that He Lu Lan was currently at a state that was half a step to Gu immortal realm. 10 extreme physique originally broke apart conventions, they were existences that could shatter opponents at the same realm. Back at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physique to survive an ordeal. But this time, the 10 extreme physique was his enemy. If not for the fact that Gu masters obtain a qualitative improvement in their body's defense when they advance to Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yun Sheng would be in greater danger. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had advanced to Gu immortal just now, he has yet to accumulate the foundation of a Gu immortal. Moreover, he is a healing Gu master, but has to face against this tyrannical and battle-thirsty enemy like He Lu Lan. For a moment, thoughts shone in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of a Gu immortal over mortals lies in their unlimited primeval essence. But He Lu Lan's main cultivation path is strength path which relies on primeval essence the least among all paths and has the lowest primeval essence consumption. This advantage is thus almost non-existent. There is also He Lu Lan's killer move. It actually went in an innovative new direction, creating such a sentient human strength phantom. In just a short period, he has already created 5 to 6 human strength phantoms. These phantoms are anything but ordinary, filled with spirituality. They actually flanked and blocked Tai Bai Yunsheng's retreat paths. This is truly unimaginable. Unleashing human-shaped phantoms was not a surprising thing. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human-shaped phantoms. Moreover, all of these human-shaped phantoms had astonishing strength. The might of their strength and wisdom made even Fang Yuan feel apprehensive. No wonder He Lu Lan died suddenly in my previous life. So it was because he had the 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan suddenly realized. Although he had rebirth, it did not mean he knew everything. Right now, this unexpected twist disrupted his plans. Damn it, Fang Yuan subconsciously tightened his grip on the glass owner token. According to his original plan, he would have gone with Giant Sun's will's train of thoughts, using false emotion fake will GU to subdue the land spirit and become Imperial Court blessed land's owner. He needed to subdue false emotion fake will GU first to accomplish this. However, false emotion fake will GU was one of the ordinary true inheritances and it contained a portion of Giant Sun's will in it. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal Venerable's will? Only GU Immortal's will had such a possibility. Thereupon, Fang Yuan used his eloquence to dupe Tai Bai Yunsheng in to become his ally. It was to make use of his will to refine false emotion fake will GU. But when he returned to True Yong Building, the situation had already changed beyond his expectations. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun obtained Frost Jade Peacock's recognition, becoming Imperial Court blessed land's owners. Frost Jade Peacock's condition for recognizing its masters was a GU master couple who had to have true love for each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 GU master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a young girl and had not begun her cultivation journey yet. However, she was still recognized as a master. This showed the condition of GU master was only speaking of aptitude. As long as the person had the possibility of becoming a GU master, they could receive recognition. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path GU immortal. She naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. These small details were not worthy bickering over. In Fang Yuan's opinion, what he needed to do were 2 things. First was seizing false emotion fake will GU. It was on He Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had given this task to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Second was killing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court blessed land would return to a ownerless state. After completely these 2 matters, Tai Bai Yunsheng could help Fang Yuan to refine false emotion fake will GU and take control of the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returns then, Fang Yuan had the capital to contend against him. However, right now, none of these 2 goals were achieved. Chapter 619 The Might of Overwhelming Fortune. Chapter 619, The Might of Overwhelming Fortune. He Lu Lan revealed his true trump card, displaying he had one of the 10 extreme physiques and was close to self-detonation. It had shocking battle strength, with him managing to suppress the GU immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng, and he was chasing after him. This was quite a shock, but after some consideration, it was nothing strange. If he doesn't defeat He Lu Lan, he would not get false emotion fake will GU. Without false emotion fake will GU, how will I subdue the land spirit? Damn it, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? The moment I wanted to strike, such an accident occurred. Fang Yuan took a look at Ma Hongyun, his expression turning grim. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart intensified. He crossed his arms, standing high up in the tree as his mouth showed a cold smile. It is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven HMPH, now that He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng are fighting. If I really want to kill you, what can you do to resist me? This time, Fang Yuan did not go personally, but instead manipulated the treemen. The treemen at the most inner layer raised their hammer-like fists highly in the air. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they slammed down at the same time. Bam! With a loud bang, Frost Jade Peacock cried out pitifully as its raised head fell onto the ground. The defensive barrier that it had erected with all its effort was smashed. It turned into golden dust as it quickly vanished into nothingness. Even the last obstacle was removed. The closest treeman took a huge step forward. It stretched out its huge arm as it rapidly grabbed at Ma and Zhao. Zhao Lianyun shouted shrilly, while Ma Hongyun held her in his arms, his back facing the treeman's palm. Die, Fang Yuan muttered, completely ignoring the black coffin luck above his head that was rapidly growing. The treeman's palm was towering over Ma and Zhou, it only needed to squeeze lightly and Ma and Zhao would turn into meat paste. But at this moment, a huge tremor occurred in 88 Truyong building. The entire place was shaking. "Scoundrel, you dare to chase me out, quickly accept your death." A loud voice could be heard, piercing heaven and earth, and causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to feel slight pain. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in joy, saying, "It's old ancestor did not die, he is back again." He Lu Lan expressed joy similarly on his face. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. If Giant Sons will returned, 88 Truyong building would display the might of a rank 8 immortal GU house, it could definitely trap a GU immortal, this was no joke. How can this be? Even though I spent some time inside Hu immortal blessed land, but 15 minutes was far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pin, he was very stunned. He quickly used the glass owner token and checked the situation. Outside 88 Truyong building, there were layers and layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the colossal Giant Sun's will. He was still growling furiously, as he resisted the assault of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, he constantly exerted pressure and attempted to barge into 88 Truyong building. The Giant Sun's will that is outside did not come in. Then who is this Giant Sun's will here? Where did he come from? Fang Yuan was very perplexed. But this Giant Sun's will that just appeared did not want to give him time to think. Heaven and earth shook, those which were running, those which were helping Tai Bai Yunsheng, those which were standing in place, those which were trapping Ma Hongyun, all the treemen stopped their actions, standing still like statues. Fang Yuan's face was red, the glass owner token in his hand was hot like fire. Cracks started appearing on the owner token, in just a moment, the glass owner token was on the brink of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, this mysterious Giant Sun's will was getting rid of the Central Continent GU Immortals arrangements rapidly. The third arrangement that Central Continent GU Immortals made was extremely hidden, it was not easy for Giant Sun's will to find it. But right now, Fang Yuan had completely unleashed it, there was no way to hide it, this mysterious Giant Sun's will found it easily. Once the glass owner token breaks, the third arrangement would lose effect, and the Giant Sun's will outside would be free to enter and exit Truyong building. By that time, even if Giant Sun's will did not use 88 Truyong building, he could easily kill Fang Yuan using his own ability. An unprecedented danger had descended upon Fang Yuan. Don't tell me I need to use Spring Autumn Cicada. No, the risk of using Spring Autumn Cicada is too high, I am not at that stage yet. I have to persevere, I can still go on. Fang Yuan growled angrily, he sent his will into the glass owner token. Bam! The next moment, through the glass owner token, his will clashed with the Giant Sun's will that had appeared out of nowhere. Ah! Fang Yuan's body shuddered, he spurted out a mouthful of blood as the will he injected was completely obliterated. His head hurt intensely, like it was going to break apart. His mind suffered a huge blow, as Mo Yao's will screamed continually. Fang Yuan's body shook, he felt dizzy and could not stand, after enduring for a few breaths, he fell from the tall tree branch. Swoosh! Wind blew, as the three closest treemen suddenly stretched out their tree vine hands, grabbing at Fang Yuan with ill intent. Fang Yuan lost the contest, Giant Sun's will had regained control of this round, thus, the treemen also became Fang Yuan's enemies, they would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Because of this sudden event, Ma and Zhou escaped death, under the influence of their will to live, they started escaping blindly among the chaotic tree roots. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan was barely able to regain awareness. He shouted lightly, injecting his primeval essence into his GU worms, mustering his strength and punching and kicking the large tree hand that was coming for him. Bam bam bam! After 3 explosive sounds, the fists were shattered as Fang Yuan adjusted his balance in the air, landing hastily. The aftermath of competing against Giant Sun's will remained, his ears were buzzing and his hearing was nearly completely gone. But Fang Yuan had no regret. In fact, he opened his mouth, laughing loudly, excellent. The earlier clash of wills was not elegant in the least, but it not only allowed Fang Yuan to keep his glass owner token, he even found out the truth about Giant Sun's will. This newly appeared and mysterious will was not as powerful as expected. He did not expect Fang Yuan to make such a choice either. This will was split into 3, the largest portion of it was dealing with the third arrangement, a small portion was busy fighting for the control rights of this round, while the last portion was victorious in the contest against Fang Yuan through the glass owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's injected will exterminated the victorious Giant Sun's will, and combined with the third arrangement, although his will was wiped out, he successfully caused harm to that large portion of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will was only left with a small portion that was controlling this round. Giant Sun's will fell into extreme anger. He did not expect this tiny mortal to have the guts to challenge his will directly. He did not expect that this mortal had stored so many wills in his mind either. This was all thanks to Mo Yao honestly. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan stored large amounts of wills in his mind as a backup. He had special will, play will, deliberate will, keep will, heart will and others. He had a variety of many wills. Giant Sun's will greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's capacity, and as he was anxious to save the situation, he was counterattacked by Fang Yuan and in the end, was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Scoundrel, I will decimate your corpse. Giant Sun's will was angered to his boiling point. He continued to manipulate the treeman to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, using all his effort to heal his injuries. These treemen had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches, arms and legs were broken, they would not die. They had very strong vitality. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on. While he dodged, Fang Yuan's injuries recovered rapidly. He quickly realized that the treemen were not only attacking him, but also Tai Bai Yunsheng and even Ma Hongyun. More accurately, they were attacking Zhao Lianyun who was beside Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao escaped under the pursuit of the treemen. They were in a dangerous situation. They frantically escaped without a goal, but they actually got near to Fang Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyun finally saw Fang Yuan, shouting loudly for help. So naive. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, immediately going closer to him. As the two sides got closer, Fang Yuan shouted loudly, Giant Sun's will is trying to kill you. We have a common enemy, come here. Be careful. Zhao Lianyun who was running showed hesitation and worry. But the current situation was, only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were unable to hold on much longer. If they stayed, they would definitely get killed by the treemen. If they went to Fang Yuan, they at least had a chance of survival. Save, of course we'll save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. Novel full. Calm. What? Fang Yuan thought he heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly. Do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is a huge special will. He knows the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. His intention is not to deal with Ma Hongyun. But when he was first formed, his main body had placed a rule on him, that was to exterminate any otherworldly demon he sees. She's an otherworldly demon, don't tell me you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lianyun, it will be the best weapon against Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely be enemies with Giant Sun's will. By then, Giant Sun's will would be dealt with using the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao's words were very moving. At once, the hidden killing intent that he had towards Ma Hongyun shrunk. Wait, Ma and Zhao are in grave danger now. They might get squashed or trampled by the treemen at any moment. If I appear now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this, becoming stunned. Although Ma Hongyun was rank 3, he was too hard to kill. The first time Fang Yuan's killing intent appeared, He Lulan showed his trump card. He unleashed his extreme physique and chased after Tai Bai Yunsheng. The second time he had killing intent, Giant Sun's will came out of nowhere and gravely injured Fang Yuan. And now, his ears were buzzing and his mind was weakened by at least 30%. Even though he protected the glass owner token and caused harm to Giant Sun's will, he lost control over this round. Now, Fang Yuan had his third wave of killing intent, and Mo Yao was the one who stopped him. But the problem was, she made perfect sense. Even Fang Yuan himself was convinced. The reason Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyun earlier was to change the land spirit's ownership. But now that He Lulan showed his true battle strength and protected the false emotion fake will Gu, thus Fang Yuan did not have it. What use was there in killing the two? Don't tell me that this third time, the one stopping me is actually myself. As he was struck by reality, Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. Chapter 620 Stopped by himself. Chapter 620, Stopped by himself. Fang Yuan truly experienced the might of fortune rivaling heaven Gu now. This was a form of helplessness, like being played by destiny, where one would not know whether to laugh or cry, and the more they struggled, the deeper they would fall into despair. Forced by the situation and in order to avoid calamity, it seemed Fang Yuan could only choose to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened. To save them, or not to save them? Mo Yao repeatedly screamed in Fang Yuan's mind, save them. Reason also told Fang Yuan that saving Ma Hongyun would make him stand on the same side as fortune rivaling heaven, and he could borrow its strength to deal with Giant Sun's will. However, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's heart. This voice growled, shouted and roared. Save, am I going to surrender? Am I going to lower my head? I can kill him with one slap. What am I afraid of? Afraid of these two trash. Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot obstruct me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing non-stop, but this voice kept on getting louder, gradually suppressing every other sound. He felt bursts of intense headaches. He felt his mouth go dry in front of these choices. That voice in his heart, however, was getting louder and clearer till his heart started to tremor. Every howl, every roar, every shout, seemed to throw a bundle of firewood into the fury in Fang Yuan's heart. The burning flames surged. That was the fire of ambition, his fighting spirit, his unyielding, obstinate spirit of challenging the strong. The flames soared, Fang Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot, his blood boiled and surged like the surging waves. Come, let me send you off personally. Fang Yuan spoke, his voice hoarse like sand gritting on iron. He did what he would normally not do, going against his style of prioritizing benefits. With a malevolent expression and eyes shining with sharp killing intent, he smashed apart the giant treeman in front of him, tearing the countless twisting and coiling vines. He reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Then, he lifted his fist. Before his punch even struck out, the terrifying fist aura already condensed into solid. The brutal killing intent almost solidified even the air. Ah! Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, never having expected Fang Yuan to have such resolute killing intent. He turned pale with fright, and in his panic, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! Zhao Lianyun had been holding hands with Ma Hongyun, and was thus also pulled down to the ground. This unforeseen event shocked Fang Yuan. He was already extremely vigilant because of the repeated accidents. But he soon found that this small accident only prolonged the time he struck them by a little. At the same time, two giant treemen also reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No matter which treeman it would only need 1 foot to crush these two to pieces. But Giant Sun's will truly did not want to harm Ma Hongyun, and could only mobilize vines to scuttle to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, to separate them and then kill Zhao Lianyun. 5 treemen suddenly pierced out of the ground at this moment and coincidentally blocked Fang Yuan's way. This strong defense required Fang Yuan to waste at least a dozen breath of time. Giant Sun's will was using his previous tactics again. At present, the extremely weak land spirit was already booted from the playing field. False emotion fake will Gu was safe as it was being protected by Heilu Lan. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun might have become the owners of the blessed land, but as long as Zhao Lianyun was killed, this connection would be cancelled. At that time, it would not be too late to salvage the situation by using false emotion fake will Gu to make Heilu Lan and Ma Hongyun the owners of Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, Giant Sun's will was obstructing Fang Yuan from killing Ma Hongyun. Damn it, this kind of feeling again, always at the crucial place and at the crucial time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to forcibly break through the defensive line. Thud thud thud, thunder-like collisions occurred one after another. Fang Yuan was like a tiger let loose, his fierce offense directly breaking the treeman's defense. The whole process only lasted less than 10 breaths. However, Fang Yuan also had to pay a heavy price. 3 enormous wounds were added to Fang Yuan's body. One ran through his chest, another pierced his back, and another formed a bloody hole on his stomach with the size of a baby's fist. His right forearm was severely fractured, his left leg was twisted grotesquely to the side. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan, however, howled with laughter. He could not use his hand and leg for a while, but he still had movement Gu, he could still fly. He rapidly chased after Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun through the air. Ma Hongyun hunched over, protecting Zhao Lianyun tightly under him. Vines were coiling around them from outside. These vines wanted to separate the two without harming Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun faced off against the vines. But naturally, he was weaker and looked on as he and Zhao Lianyun were forcibly separated. He bit his lips and glared with furious eyes, but he was powerless. No, he roared with bloodshot eyes. Despair and pain filled him as he saw his lover about to die in front of him, appearing like a beast forced into a corner. Save him quickly, now is the best time to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyun will definitely feel grateful to you, you can then borrow the strength of his fortune that rivals heaven. Just think, why is Giant Sun's will not killing Ma Hongyun? It is to use his luck. Mo Yao shouted again, persuading Fang Yuan. Update by novel full, com. You really speak a lot of nonsense. Fang Yuan replied with ruthless coldness. Success was in front of him, but he instead calmed down. He had no expression on his face, not even the previous malevolent look. Die. When Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun was in his range, Fang Yuan immediately struck out with a fatal attack. This attack had earth-shattering power, bursting all the air in front of it. The incomparably violent power was like an evil dragon rising to heaven, as it shrouded over Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No, this time, it was Giant Sun's Will who let out a helpless and desperate shout. He immediately mobilized the surrounding treemen to use their own bodies to protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two, instead they attempted to rapidly evacuate them. But Giant Sun's Will was still feeling dejected. He knew all these would be of no use. This strike filled with Fang Yuan's pent-up wrath. How could it be so easily blocked and avoided? The treemen's trunks were smashed apart. The vines also did not have enough time to evacuate Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In the end, the attack that still had its peak offensive power was about to directly smash them into pieces. Even though there were countless treemen filling the vast forest, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was resolute, erupting with all his strength to break through the defensive line and succeeded in grabbing the crucial moment. The treemen's movement was slow and they were not good at providing swift reinforcement. Ma Hongyun was definitely dead meat. At this moment, not only Fang Yuan, even Giant Sun's Will also thought this so. Not only did they think so, even Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun did not have any hope of surviving the attack. Any factors that could influence the situation had seemingly already played their part. Heilu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, 88 Truyong Building, Giant Sun's Will, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Mo Yao. All these people or things had shown all their strength by this point. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's lips curled up to reveal a smile. Now, is there anything left that can save Ma Hongyun? However, at the next moment, rumble, a loud sound rang out, causing huge tremors and making countless trees creak. Dazzling golden rays of light shone over the whole round. Has Giant Sun's Will entered Truyong Building? Fang Yuan turned grave, but soon discovered that was not the case. Giant Sun's Will was still taking a beating outside the building. Central Continent's GU Immortals had planned for countless years to create the third method. It could never be underestimated. If not for this, Central Continent's GU Immortals would not have been able to overthrow 88 Truyong Building and return victorious in Fang Yuan's previous life. The enormous golden light lump moved like a meteor and before the sound even registered in one's ears, it crashed onto the ground, instantly destroying the surrounding treemen and protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun within it. Isn't this, that luck path's supreme true inheritance? Mo Yao was so shocked she involuntarily screamed out. What's going on? Shouldn't this supreme true inheritance be in true inheritance secluded domain? How did it suddenly crash into this round and throw itself towards Ma Hongyun's body? With no choice, Fang Yuan could only stop his footsteps. He had already experienced the might of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could touch. But why? Ma Hongyun is covered by this light, but why has nothing happened to him? For a moment, Fang Yuan could not help but feel extremely dejected. He had used all his strength in his third attempt to kill Ma Hongyun. He had even seen hope a moment ago. The success had seemingly been right in front of him, but he still failed in the end. Why did the supreme true inheritance move to Ma Hongyun? Impossible, this is impossible. Mo Yao completely lost self-control as she scratched at her head, causing her long hair to become messy, resembling a crazed woman. This was not surprising. She had suffered untold hardships, expended all her energy and effort but was only able to open a crack in the luck path true inheritance from which fortune-rivaling Heaven GU escaped. Finally, she had no choice but to refine Calamity Beckoning GU. But this Calamity Beckoning GU was not able to assist her husband, Bo Qing, causing her and Bo Qing to perish. But at this moment, she was watching this luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself at a rank 3 mortal. Even if you had fortune that rivaled heaven, isn't this going overboard? Why was it not me? I put in so much effort, paid such a huge price, why was it not me? Why was it this mere mortal, a fool, a kid? It is a comparison that could make one die from anger. Fang Yuan forcibly calmed down and tried hard to remove the unneeded emotions, reflecting on this event. A bright flash of inspiration seemed to roam around in his mind, but was extremely hard to get a grasp on. I understand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook as he grasped this flash of inspiration, and understood this seemingly impossible event. This supreme true inheritance recognized Ma Hongyun and not others as its master of its own accord. This was because Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling Heaven GU on him. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the true essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path, the quintessential crystallization of luck path. To the supreme true inheritance, it was the leader and the emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but chose this exact moment? Luck path supreme true inheritance was located in true inheritance secluded domain, how could it come here for no rhyme or reason? These two questions actually pointed to the same factor, Giant Sun's will.